mandatory for you to receive the certificate. So please make a note of it, my dear friends. All right. Once again, extending a very, very warm welcome to all of you on behalf of South Asian Institute of Advanced Research and Development, Global Talk Education Foundation, Global Opportunities Commercialization Australia chapter, and all the other partners of the day. So with this, we are all set to witness the day 2 of this wonderful summit. It's a global summit, and this is Meena, your moderator for the day, and it's my honor as well as privilege to moderate the session. Once again, let me mention that this Digital Education Summit 2021 is being organized by the South Asian Institute of Advanced Research and Development, SAIARD, in association with Global Talk Education Foundation and Global Opportunities Commercialization Australia chapter. So we do have our counterparts, our friends across the globe who have logged in. Some of them will be the guests, some of them will be the speakers. So I'm sure you can sit back and enjoy and be prepared to note down all the valuable points, the takeaways from the summit.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? It's time for the final countdown. The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's rock.
Well, with that countdown, I'm sure we are all excited to witness the event, isn't it? Dear respected dignitaries, learned scholars, Your Excellency, Queen Dr. Nadia, edu leaders, academicians, policymakers, invited guests, teachers, not to forget our patrons, Dr. Priyadarshi Nayak, Dr. Vishwajit Roy Chaudhary, Dr. Toshendra Dwivedi sir, and our Dr. Chris Soteriopoulos, and our distinguished guests of the day, the speakers, the guests, and every single person present in this forum. I extend a very, very cordial welcome to each one of you with the greetings of the day. Namaste from India. Good evening to our counterparts in Australia and the Eastern world. Good morning to all our friends from the Western world. Welcome to this wonderful session. Now, the Digital Education Summit DES is organized by SAIARD in association with GTEF and GOC Australia. Well, the major objectives of this summit is focusing on 4 basic things. One is the digital education along with the challenges and opportunities. Second is to look into the future of digital education. Third, digital education in skill development and entrepreneurship development. And the fourth is the strategic management in digital education. So with these 4 objectives, there was this wonderful vision and mission in order to come up with this beautiful summit, in order to initiate and propagate this concept of digital education. Well, we belong to the land of India, the land of Buddha and Gandhi. And in this land of the holy river Ganga, there was this education of culture. But more importantly, there was a culture of education. From the ancient Gurukula education to the present technology-driven education, there has been a tremendous change. I must say it is a sea change. In fact, it's a big transformation. So the 21st century, which we are into now, is undeniably the era of the digital world. The technology and digital learning tools have brought a colossal change in the education system. So digitalization is the key to transformation. All right. So when we talk about the present learning scenario, let's just quickly have a peep into the teaching learning, the system. The online learning has become rapidly one of the most cost effective ways to educate the world's rapidly demanding group of learners. Whether it is at the lower primary or whether it is at the secondary or the higher secondary, the higher education, online learning has really taken off. This is not just about the tech savvy primary school children or the the career focused secondary children or higher education children. I'm not talking about only these tech savvy people, but it also refers and involves the techno babies who can handle an iPad even before they have learned how to speak properly. Digital learning platforms and digital textbooks or the content are the in thing these days. Thanks to the pandemic, this was not only made possible, but it was also made inevitable. Our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has a beautiful vision. In fact, yesterday also he has spoken about this, and even after completing 1 year of the launch of national education policy, when we look back at what it was earlier and what the situation is presently, I think we are very well convinced of the big transformation that has been happening. Modi ji always dreams. He dreams, he visions for the future, for the betterment and the improvement of the nation. He says digital education has an important role to play in making India Atmanirbhar. We must ensure that technology is accessible, affordable, and also adds value to the present learning system. Modi ji's beautiful statement, which really caught my attention. It says IT plus IT equal to IT. Now, what is this IT? The IT plus IT refers to the Indian talent plus information technology. And what is the resulting IT? The resulting IT is India tomorrow. You see what a beautiful equation he has put it across. The Indian talent plus information technology produces the so-called India tomorrow. Well, that we are very much convinced about. But then you talk about technology, which is playing a very important role in our digital education. Technology can never replace great teachers. We are aware of that. But technology in the hands of great teachers can be transformational. Hence, this summit to propagate the concept of digital education. Well, today's event may seem to be a very small step towards initiating a change of digitization. Yet it will have its own repercussions in the immediate future. So with this, I wholeheartedly welcome each and everyone associated with this event, our dear patrons, the honorable patrons of SAIARD and other distinguished organizations, all the dignitaries, guests, all those who have joined us on screen and off screen. I extend a very, very warm welcome to all of you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I take immense pride in introducing the patrons of SAIARD, whose vision and efforts have taken the form of this two-day summit. Dr. Bishwajit Roy Chaudhary is the chief patron. He is also the founder and chairman of SAIARD and professor of geography at Vidyasagar College, University of Kolkata. A hearty welcome to you, sir. Thanks to your vision and your brainchild, because of which we have such a summit and this organization called SAIARD. Thank you so much. A warm welcome to you, sir. We have Dr. Priyadarshi Nayak, sir, Chairman, Global Talk Education Foundation, India, and National Advisor, SAIARD, Council of World Intellectuals. Nayak, sir, is a true Nayak in the real sense. His vision, his efforts leave no stone unturned. And he is also very actively involved in these kind of summits and trying to propagate this concept of education throughout. A grand welcome to you, Nayak, sir. We have
Absolutely,
Dr.
my pleasure to have you, Meena ma'am. Thank you for moderating today's session, and all the best to all the educators for wonderful learning to happen for the second day of the Educators or Digital Educators Summit. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. Namaskar. We also have Dr. Toshendra Dwivedi, sir, professor at Amity University and secretary of SAIARD, Council of World Intellectuals. He is a general secretary at SAIARD. Sir, a warm welcome to you. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Meena ma'am, and I wish my gratitude and a warm welcome to all the participant and our resource person today. It will be a pleasant delight to hear from all of you to feel illuminated. Best wishes and best of luck. Thank you, Meena ma'am, and thank you entire team and patrons.
Thank you so much, Abhi. You're honored. Thank you. A gracious welcome to Her Excellency Queen Nadia Hariri. Yes, before that, we also have Dr. Chris Soteropoulos, CEO, the Global Opportunities Commercialization Australia chapter. He's also the coordinator for SAIARD and he represents GOC. A warm welcome to Dr. Soteropoulos. Welcome, sir.
Namaste, welcome to everyone. Wonderful day one. Looking forward to a more informative and intriguing day two. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was lovely to hear the word namaste from you. Thank you so much. Right. Well, we have Her Excellency Queen Nadia Harihiri from Switzerland. A gracious welcome to you, ma'am. I hope ma'am has joined. Well, I think she'll be joining as we proceed with the day. Yes. I also extend a warm welcome to all the guests, Professor Kumar Ratnam, Dr. D.P. Duai, Dr. N. Parashar, Professor Sonia Jasrotia, Dr. Simi Misra, Chairperson for the technical session, Professor Rakesh Sharma, and all the distinguished speakers of the day. A hearty welcome to all the dignitaries, academicians, edu leaders, teachers, all the invitees, and my dear friends. Well, our knowledge partners for the events. Today's event, we have Amity University Center for Education Development, the IIGST, National Institute of Urban Affairs. We also have partners like Yes You Can International and the IBG News. We welcome all these partners and their representatives also. Dear ladies and gentlemen, you're now a part of one of the biggest global summits of the year, connecting 21 countries across the world. India, Maldives, Portugal, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, Argentina, Philippines, Iraq, Australia, Bulgaria, United Kingdom, Romania, Croatia, Malaysia, Nepal, Indonesia, USA, France, Hawaii, Greece. So all the 21 countries associated, and this forum is going to make its mark through this 2 days summit. Let me first welcome and acknowledge the presence of all the eminent guests and dignitaries present in the forum today. So all our patrons, guests, and the special guest of the day, do we have Dr. Nadia Harihiri, ma'am? Well, let me just read out the names, the guests, and their background. Her Excellency Queen Nadia Harihiri is a Pro-Chancellor, Rockfield College of Science and Technology, Switzerland, and she is going to be the special guest of the day. A gracious welcome to you, madam. If at all you have joined us, I extend this virtual welcome to you. Thanks for accepting the invitation and trying to be a part of this program. Well, we also have Dr. D.P. Duari, Director, MP Birla Planetarium, Kolkata. Welcome to you, sir. Along with that, Dr. N. Parashar, Director, Vigyan Prasar, Government of India. I welcome Dr. Parashar, sir, also. We have Professor Kumar Ratnam, sir. Welcome to you also. And now representing SAIARD, we have Professor Sonia Jasrotia, National Executive Member, SCWI SAIARD, and Dr. Simi Misra, National Executive Member, SCWI SAIARD, Sustainability Division. Well, looking into the other names, the other dignitaries of the day, the Honorable Chairperson of the day would be Professor R.K. Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Savita Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences, Chennai. Sharma sir, a very warm welcome to you, sir. Namaste. Among our speakers, For the day, we have Professor S. Deshpande, representing Griffith University, Australia, Dr. Mutmena Al-Asyaria Mandar University, Indonesia, Professor A.B. Siopo, University of Craiova, Romania, Dr. Cardoso, Polytechnic Institute of Porto Alegre, Portugal, Professor Yes Sharmin from Dhaka University, Bangladesh. Yes, we have some more speakers. We have Dr. A. Mishra. We have Dr. Rania Lampo, Dr. D.A. Pepper, Mr. Vivekananda Sir, representing Sri Lanka, Dr. Hussein Mahdi, and our guest for the day, Dr. Mahadev Jaiswal. So with all these dignitaries and guests, we are all set to begin the program. So fellow members, please join me in giving all our distinguished guests and invitees the best of cordial welcomes, a big welcome and namaste to all of you respected dignitaries and invitees. Well, moving on, I request all our patrons and guests to join me in the lamp lighting ceremony. Shall we have the lamp lighting, please?
Sure.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युतशङ्करप्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदा जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्।
Thank you so much. So with that sincere prayers to Ma Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge and wisdom, I'm sure she is blessed. She has blessed all of us and this great event. Ma Saraswati, give us wisdom to make this world a better place. May the darkness of ignorance be swept away by the dawn of knowledge and self-realization. Well, moving on, we shall be witnessing a wonderful cultural performance by the students of Delhi Public School, Udhampur. Thanks to Principal Dr. Kunal Anand. Thanks, Dr. Kunal, for your efforts in this regard. So let's witness. Coming up is a dance performance. Over to my technical team.
One teacher, one book, and one pen can change the world. Education is one of the blessings of life and one of its necessities. But things did not remain the same. Women were flogged. People were killed. There were beautiful dreams turned into nightmares. Education went from being a right to being a crime. When my world suddenly changed, my priorities changed too. I had two options. One was to remain silent and wait to be killed. And the second was to speak up and then be killed. I chose the second one.
छू के देखो दिल मेरा, तुम्हें दिल में अपने भर लूंगी, पर छेड़ के देखो तुम मुझको, मैं तुमको नहीं छोड़ूंगी, मैं तुमको नहीं छोड़ूंगी, तुमको नहीं छोड़ूंगी। मर्दों वाली बात कह के मुझे भेड़ समझ के बेचोगे, उन बाजारों में तेरी मैं नस्लों को मिटा दूंगी। जिस दुनिया में माँ बहन रिश्ते नहीं हैं, काली हैं, उस दुनिया से मर्यादा के रिश्ते सारे तोड़ूंगी। नजर बदल के देखो तो मैं नजर नहीं लगने दूंगी, पर छेड़ के देखो तुम मुझको, मैं तुमको नहीं छोड़ूंगी, मैं तुमको नहीं छोड़ूंगी, मैं तुमको नहीं छोड़ूंगी।
संस्थिता या देवी सर्वभूतेषु शान्तिरूपेण संस्थिता।
आज से अब से आन मेरी मैं तुमको न छूने दूंगी, जान को चाहे छलनी कर दो मान को न छूने दूंगी। छू के देखो दिल मेरा, तुम्हें दिल में अपने भर लूंगी।
Thank you so much. That was a mind-blowing performance. Thank you, dear children. Our wishes reach you all the way. Thank you so much. Okay, over to the formal start of the program with invoking the blessings of the Lord and this cultural program. Let's move on with a welcome address from Professor Sonia Jasrotia. Dr. Sonia Jasrotia, PhD, Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Jammu, India. With a PhD and MA in Buddhist Studies, she's been the visiting professor, ICCR, Chair for Buddhist and Sanskrit Studies, Phnom Penh, Cambodia. She's organized many international seminars, conferences, workshops, and also delivered lectures on Buddhism. She is the recipient of Young Numismatist Award and Marshall Memorial Fund awarded by Royal Numismatic Society, London in 2009. I request Professor Jasrotia to deliver the welcome address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Meena ji. Well, we have already done so well, the welcome address of all the dignitaries, but it's an honor to deliver a welcome address in this huge, this huge, wonderful minds which are present here. On behalf of SAIARD, I'm here to present a welcome address, and from my heart, I would like to welcome you all in this second Digital Education Summit. Digital education is important, but after this pandemic, we fully got dependent on this. So we have seen many challenges, and also we have overcome the challenges also. But still, we have so many things to learn how we can get more digitized and how we can get the more influential in this. Today, we will discuss all these issues in this session. And on behalf of SAIARD, I would like to welcome our special guest, Queen Dr. Nadia Harihiri, Pro-Chancellor, Rockfield College of Science and Technology, Switzerland. Our guest of honor, Dr. Hitesh Vaidya, Director, National Institute of Urban Affairs, Government of India. I would like to welcome our other guest of honor, Dr. N. Parashar, Director, Vigyan Prasar, Government of India, and also our chairperson, Professor R.K. Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sweta Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences, Chennai. I would like to welcome you all from my heart, and also our presenters who are present here and will discuss the issues and challenges which we are facing in this world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your lovely and warm welcome. I'm sure you set the tone for the day. Thank you so much. So, in return,
Thank you.
In appreciation of your efforts, kindly accept this certificate of appreciation, which is being presented to you in recognition of your guidance to educators in strengthening their essential creative skills. Ma'am, we value your visionary leadership in enriching the educators with the 21st century skills. We also present a certificate of honor in recognition of your dedicated efforts for your contribution to education, social welfare, and digital awareness through innovative practices. So that's your certificate of honor. And on behalf of SAIARD, GTEF, and GOC, I also take this opportunity to confer upon you the award, Academic Leadership Award.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Sonia
That's
ma'am.
wonderful.
Thank you so much. Because of COVID-19, I was suffering from COVID, so I couldn't kind of participate in many programs. So now I'm well and I'm back again. So I would love to work with SAIARD and all those.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Dear friends, can we just post a virtual applause on your windows as the person receives the award? If you're
Ma'am, you are on mute.
Oh, yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you all. And ma'am, whole lot of appreciations and congratulations comes your way. Thank you so much. All right. So we have Dr. Simi Mishra with us, who is going to deliver the address. Dr. Simi Mishra is a National Executive Member, SCWI. She's a lifelong learning and design professional, strategic partner at India Co-Win Action Network. She's also the member, National Executive Board of SAIARD. She's a member of CSO Committee at NITI Aayog. She's an experienced learning and training management consultant with a strong background in strategy, capability development, change management, training, design, development, delivery, and process redesign. She is an IBM UK certified instructional designer with 15 plus years of experience. She is also a certified cognitive behavioral therapy practitioner. I welcome Dr. Mishra, ma'am. I welcome with a virtual bouquet. Ma'am, hope you're there.
Yes, I'm very.
A warm welcome.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. A warm welcome
Thank
to you. And over to you. Kindly deliver the address.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Meena, for this wonderful opportunity, and to all the organizers for actually kind of, putting up this beautiful and very well-timed summit. It is our second summit, but on behalf of SAIARD as an executive member, where I am working both with SCWI and SAIARD, and looking after the sustainability development division, I think this is a wonderfully well-timed event. And with that said, I'll just kind of, share a few thoughts of mine through a small presentation. So this presentation is actually focused on SDG 4, which is in the United Nations framework. This is, the SDG that is restricted and focused fully on quality education. And herein, I think that, when we are looking at the pre and the post-COVID situation, things aren't as rosy as we would like it to be. But we are kind of, fully focused on making sure that as a nation, which is, the house to one of the most populous nation in the world, I mean, second next to only China. And this year we kind of, our youth actually reach the world's apex in being a country which is having the biggest population in terms of youth. Now, therefore, quality education which is at the core of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and, in the United Nations becomes even more meaningful for us. Now, more than 50 million children because of COVID today are actually out of the education system, either because they do not have access to certain, amenities, or because, the schools are never, are going to be kind of shut down. And it is estimated that COVID, because of its impact on the economy, and, the push towards poverty, wherein, like a whole lot of, at least estimated 20 to 35% in India are going to be kind of, losing their jobs because of COVID, or have already kind of lost their jobs because of COVID. 24 million children in India will never be able to kind of, go to school. So this is a very grim situation where we don't know what really to do. And on the other hand, if we look at it, we look at education and we see that it is a key driver for social change and poverty eradication. There is nothing that is there which can actually kind of, throw us out in terms of saying that, poverty eradication is something that we have to kind of work with. And every $1 million invested in education actually translates into 10 million in terms of economic growth. Now, with that data, I don't think any of us can counter argue that, education is important. But what are we here to do today, and what do we want to kind of do? So I will not kind of, go into the details of what the digital divide is, where it is. I think we all recognize that it is very much here. And there is only very little limited resources that we have in hand where we can kind of, work it out. So I would suggest that, for SAIARD and this particular platform, which has so many vice chancellors and, state administrators and even, youth, which are kind of participating, that let's kind of, pledge to do something about it by, first of all, advocating to the United Nations to make, access to digital education a part of their agenda and their framework. Today, unfortunately, because COVID came in with such speed that none of us really had a chance to kind of, interact or even think about, we had to literally construct our car and the wheels as we were driving it. So digital education, which has been there always, didn't really get a chance to come to the forefront, but now is a chance to kind of, make it inclusive. And by making it inclusive, we need to first petition to the United Nations to make the digital part of education really mainstream. And while we are kind of, lobbying to the United Nations, there are a few things that we can do. We can actually enter into high-level policy dialogues about higher education. We can kind of, work through the sustainable development networks such as SAIARD and many more others like ICANN, etc. And then kind of, recommend our findings to the United Nations. And we can also take in, our fold Commonwealth education ministers, and then kind of, see that, what is the digital infrastructure needed? What is the digital pedagogy that is needed? And make this the absolute priority. This is going to be one of our mainstream, processes that we would be following in SAIARD, and I hope to see more and more participation from all of you present over here today. Now, when I look into the digital, arena that is there today, inequalities in digital opportunities occur at each and every level. When we talk about the rural-urban divide within India, I think you see it there. Even within the urban, the haves and the have-nots, they have an access issue and an excess issue. So that is also existing. And when we move globally, the great divide between the North Hemisphere versus the South Hemisphere has already always existed. But with COVID and with, what's happened to education, this has become much more fractured, much more wider, and much more in focus. So all of this is kind of, fed by the lack of digital infrastructure, lack of devices, lack of data, lack of, even I would say to a certain level, capacity building between the teachers and the trainers, how to actually kind of, teach in a world which is absolutely digital. We also can kind of, very nicely look into the public-private partnership. This is nothing new. We as a government in India and even outside, I think public partnership with the private partnership, this PPP has been nothing new. However, it means that, we need to now call not only university leaders, but also digital companies which can enable it. So telecommunication companies such as, like a Vodafone or NatWest or, like any kind of a company where you are, wherever in the world you are, these now become, like stakeholders in the digital world and can kind of, help education kind of, go forward. Not only that, I think global employers and students are main stakeholders. So it's beyond just the public-private partnership. It is the coming together of three different, how do I see it as three different parts of a circle: the university leaders, the academia, the telecommunication firms, and the future employees and the students. And they should actually kind of come together and develop a common agenda for the future of digital and higher education. Now, shifting totally to a different arena, which is focused inside of India, just yesterday, which is 29th of July, we in India celebrated a new kind of a philosophy, which we launched about a year back, exactly a year back. And this is the new education policy. The new education policy is the guiding philosophy for changing the learning landscape, making education not only more holistic, but also building strong foundations for Atmanirbhar Bharat. And as, some of you may have also kind of attended that, there was a big virtual, meeting that happened, which was headed by our Prime Minister, Honorable Narendra Modi ji, and wherein, even our new education minister, Dharmendra Pradhan ji also kind of, said that this is basically the basic and the foundation, and it's a change that has come after 30 plus years in India. So it's not only kind of, radical, it's also kind of, very global focused. At the same time, it's also very locally relevant. Some of the things that have been kind of proposed yesterday were actually kind of, like taking the engineering courses. India is known to be the home of so many engineers. But I think, we always kind of, feel that, with the screening exam, many a talent are kind of left behind because of the lack of fluency in English, which is a foreign language. So we have kind of now said that the engineering courses will be actually kind of, opened up in 5 regional languages, which is Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Marathi, and Bengali. Another thing that was kind of said is that, the youth also now need to kind of come and take a step forward and really kind of, help us, which is our older generation, to create the world that they want to see. So they need to participate and realize the possibilities that are being created today. And they need to kind of, come up and kind of, become important stakeholders, be equal in, like building up that network and that infrastructure. And whether it is in the arena of health, defense, infrastructure, technology, anything, so that we are all kind of, moving together in one go itself. Also, new body, which is the National Research Foundation, has actually kind of, also come into being. And this particular apex body is going to not only create a strong research culture, but also build up research capacity across higher education, and which will be according to the new education policy. Now, with that said, I think that is a lot that is there for us all to work with and to kind of, care with. So with that, Meenaji, I turn this over to you. Thank you so much for inviting me to share my views and how SAIARD would actually like to kind of go forward. Thank you so much.
That was lovely and indeed very, very valuable inputs from you, ma'am. Thank you so much. In fact, so beautifully you explained about the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, and you mentioned about education being a key driver for social change and poverty eradication, which is very true. I completely acknowledge your views. Submitting a petition to UN and recommend our findings to the UN, I think it is highly commendable because that is the need of the hour. And also your point about the PPPs, the public-private partnerships, is really going to go a long way in bringing about this big transformation. Ma'am, thank you so much for your wonderful and invaluable input.
Thank you.
Yes. So with this, kindly accept our certificate of appreciation, which will be presented to you in recognition of your guidance to educators in strengthening their essential creative skills. Ma'am, we value your visionary leadership in enriching the educators with the 21st century skills. On behalf of SAIARD, GTEF, and GOC Australia, we also present Certificate of Honor in recognition of your dedicated efforts for your contribution to education, social welfare, digital awareness through innovative practices. Along with this, ma'am, it's our honor to confer upon you the Educational Academic Leadership Award to Dr. Congratulations, ma'am. Hearty congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. So may I again remind our esteemed friends to just post a virtual applause on your windows. This is just to appreciate the efforts of the speaker. Thank you so much. All right. I do not know whether our chief guest, Dr. Nadia Harihiri, has joined. I'm not able to see her. Nadia ma'am, are you there? Looks like ma'am is not joined. Maybe she'll be joining shortly. But let us move on. Do we have Professor Kumar Ratnam? Professor Ratnam? All right. I think we'll just move on with the program. It's time to listen to the special address by our guest of honor, Dr. D.P. Duari. I hope we have Duari sir. Yes. Wonderful. Sir, Duari sir, namaste and a warm welcome to you. Duari sir is the visiting fellow, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, India. He is the assistant professor of in Institute for Advanced Studies in Basic Sciences, Iran. He is also faculty in University of Manchester, Institute of Science and Technology, UK. Presently, Duari sir is the director, serving as a director, research and academics in MP Birla Institute of Fundamental Research, Kolkata. Sir is the recipient of National Merit Certificate from Government of India. He also has to his credit Senior Research Fellowship of CSIR. He has got the Best Thesis Award of Astronomical Society of India, Robindra Puraskar, Government of West Bengal. He is also the Fellow of Royal Astronomical Society and Kolkata Mathematical Society. He has conducted several workshops, conferences, and delivered lectures in 18 countries of Asia, Africa, Europe, and America. Sir has authored 4 textbooks. He is a course director for many courses on astronomy. He is a resource person for UGC and inspired programs. Dr. Dwariji is also associated as a member, advisor, and honorable member with many bodies under Government of India and Government of West Bengal. May I take the opportunity to welcome Sir and hand over the platform to him. Sir, request you to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I really feel honored and I wish to express my gratitude to the organizers of this mega second Digital Education Summit for giving me an opportunity to participate. I also want to thank the founder, director, chairman of SAIARD for making me a part of their family by making me one of the governing council members of SAIARD. This particular issue of digital education is very close to my heart because as an educator, I am finding it more and more relevant to talk and discuss about this particular issues. Now I have found that in this particular gathering, there are so many top quality policymakers, shakers and movers, you can say, in the subject, and they know a lot about the different aspects, the different policies, the different programs that are already there or being planned. So I just wanted to mention, without going into the details of it, some of my thoughts that came to me in the last 1.5 years when I myself got engaged into deliberations over digital media. Basically, as it has been mentioned time and again, the COVID-19 outbreak has disrupted children's life and stalled classes and examinations across the country, sometimes raising the question of inclusivity of eligible individuals. Beginning from last year, we are now all aware of digital classes, and it has become the buzzword for academic activities globally. Not only schools, but colleges and institutes have all shifted the classes to online mode. These kind of meetings, as I'm participating in one now, is one of the best platforms to judge, scrutinize, comment, and formulate the best scenario for the future, analyzing our past experiences. As I mentioned, the pandemic has interrupted classroom learning, if I take the statistics, for almost 9 out of 10 students in the world. 191 countries had closed all their schools, affecting over 1.5 billion students from pre-primary to tertiary education. The numbers are mind-boggling. Out of 7.8 billion, 1.5 billion students, they were affected very closely. So with the pandemic forcing the teaching and learning process to migrate to the online mode, the education system has faced an upheaval like never before. That is the reason we are here. Many of the students have left clinging to their phones and computer screens or tabs or whatever. However, the 2017-18 National Sample Survey suggested that less than 25% of rural Indian households have internet access as opposed to 55% of their urban counterparts. Very, very worrisome numbers, right? These data clearly suggest that about 2/3 of the children in India will be left out of the online education process if we do not do anything now. By another recent survey through the mobile network, I found, which has been published just last month, the mobile network has touched the lives of around 88% of both rural and urban populace, but the reach of useful internet access is quite limited, especially in rural India. Therefore, the shift to the e-learning system has sparked a debate of some kind on whether it has helped the students to learn or has impeded their progress, their social and emotional well-being, and more importantly, if this is indeed education. Now, regarding digital education or digital technology enhanced learning, as it is called, TL or e-learning is the innovative use of digital tools and technologies during teaching and learning. But exploring the use of digital technologies gives educators, I feel, the opportunity to design engaging learning opportunities in the courses they teach. And these can take the form of blended or fully online courses and programs. Now, e-learning is already there, we know, for at least 3 decades in India. In its limited scope, obviously, distance education. So distance education has played a very important role in bringing a large number of students, especially in the field of higher education. Globally, online lectures and demonstration are being used much longer than 3 decades. In the last decade or so, there has been quite an improvement in India with the government initiatives for smooth conducting of e-learning, such as all of you know, and Dr. Misra was mentioning some of them, that e-Pathshala, right? E-PG Pathshala rather, as we call it. So that is very important, which is an initiative of the MHRD. And then we have SIAM, which is very, very helpful. I have used it for quite long. And it provides an integrated platform for online courses. Then there is NEAT. It aims to use artificial intelligence to make learning more personalized. Then Diksha. This is a new one. And this is very relevant because it is aimed at the teachers across the nation that allows them to stay equipped with advanced digital technology. You have to understand the teachers should also get equipped, not only just the equipment, but the motivation, the training, every part of it, while giving their lifestyle also a digital twist. Other initiatives, as you all know, include National Project on Technology Enhanced Learning, NPTEL, National Knowledge Network, and National Academic Depository, NAD, among others. Where this NPTEL is a project initiated in 2003 by 7 Indian Institute of Technology along with the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. The aim was to have web and video courses in engineering, science, and management. And Pragyata, one of the recent ones, the Ministry of Human Resource Development recently released the guidelines on digital education titled Pragyata. But, very rosy picture, but we all realize that although higher level learning is now mostly through digital media at the primary and secondary education, forms the fundamental basis of the learning process of any individual. That is more important. And hence, we should give emphasis more on this sector. It is quite often noticed that the level of involvement of a student in his or her school days motivate and guide them in their future academic and subsequent professional career. That aspect is very important for a futuristic planning for the development of the country. Now, if we can consider the technology, how it is a savior now, because of obviously the flexibility aspect of it. A wide range of courses tuned to the changing world demand and scenarios, more cost-effective than conventional learning, initial investment of your digital things, but apart from that, lesser monetary investment, basically, a comfortable learning environment, if you can call it comfortable. And another aspect is that this is for the first time, maybe in the last 2-3 decades, parents are being brought into the direct involvement with the education of their child. I understand that sometimes it is a little difficult for the parents because at least in an urban society, there is a trend, partially, that if I have given my son or daughter the best education by defining the best education as going to the best school, paying a huge amount of money, looking after all their necessities, then I am relieved of my responsibilities for educating the children. But we know it never happens that way. Parents form an integral part, rather more important part than the school education for the education, nurturing, and development of a child. So that is another important aspect. But there is another side of the coin. Lack of a healthy learning environment. Because what I mean, not the house or the environment. Education is just not about classes, but interactions, broadening of ideas, and free-flowing open discussion. That somehow has to be addressed. And students learn more from each other while engaging in challenging collective tasks and thinking together, which at present is a little missing. So there is substantial learning that is lost when education goes online. That you have to admit also. So staring at a screen prevents them from using their mind and acting as remote receptors of what is being. So it is like those television, the idiot box thing. Whatever the world decides that whatever brand of, say, soap is better for you, you accept it as the truth. But whether it is the truth, to question that aspect will be missing in an online education, at least now. And obviously lack of technology access, as Dr. Sahasrabuddhe and Dr. Misra very nicely has put it, that not everyone who can afford to go to a school can afford to have phones, computers, or even quality internet connections. I know even in cities, there is one mobile phone almost in a family, a nuclear family of 4 or 5. And the mobile phone is generally used by the head of the family while they are working. So what happens to the kid? That is important. And due to this also, I have realized I'm doing a small survey in my own capacity. The mental stress and anxiety level is tormenting some of the young minds. And the last aspect is teaching methodologies, approach, and attitude. Because one has to analyze the use of digital technologies, which gives the teachers the chance to design engaging learning opportunities in the courses that they teach. And these can take the shape of combined or completely online courses and programs. That can happen. But digital learning is more than only offering the students with a laptop. As the government agencies, some of them at least, not all, are thinking in that way. No, it is not, right? Digital learning needs a blend of technology, instruction, and digital content, which may be totally different than our conventional ideas of curriculum and so on and so forth. The incorporation of digital learning in the classroom cannot depend on simply using the tablet. Rather, we have to use intricate software programs and equipment as averse to the simple pen. So teacher training and a sense of purity of purpose, that is more important. Just you being a teacher does not mean you are equipped emotionally. Professionally, you may be equipped through your degrees, but emotionally, attitude-wise, to deal with the situation. That is very important. So teacher training, digital world, learning, we have to address this as fast as possible. So in contradictory with the right to education, the technologies, as I mentioned, is not affordable. So shifting towards online education is completely, sometimes for some, taking away the right to education of those who cannot access the technology. Moreover, the national education policy, which was mentioned just previously, that heavily depends on digital education learning as well. But where is the solution? Have we reached the solution? We are in the planning stage. Some of the plannings have been put into executional level. But what is as I call you, impact parameter? What are the usages, right? And obviously, mental and, as I mentioned, physical, mental health adjustment to new and often confusing techniques have been noticed even in older students. And the burning question to me, which I'm facing almost every day, talking to teachers, and I'm a public outreach person, go to tremendous number of schools and colleges, is the evaluation aspect. Because that is the most important issue to me vis-a-vis the present scenario. It remains that of personal nurturing and attention, and obviously the evaluation system is the most important, right? I'm a little worried because about the large-scale application of online examination and evaluation of a student on the basis of those. CBSE, ICSE, ISC, recent controversies and concerns over the evaluation at board and even at university levels have emphasized the need for a correct procedure. I do not know, but it should evolve from conferences like this, giving proper weightage to the aptitude and abilities of the candidates, not a generalization. Even if you have registered for the board examination and you are absent, but somehow you find that you have got the pass mark. Maybe exceptions, but it is happening. Because one should not forget that the professional lives of a generation depends on that in today's competitive world. What grades? How good you are? How will you prove that how good you are? Right? As Professor Misra was mentioning that. Now, experimental literacy, experiment means experiments that we do in the labs, and skill development. That is important. Because one of the most important aspects that need to be urgently addressed is to find out an effective method of disseminating laboratory-based or workshop-based knowledge and skills. Engineering students, right? Doctors, medical courses. What will you do about that, right? So due to the closure of almost all academic institutions, the knowledge and skill development in these sectors have been affected very badly. And we have to be very proactive, not only us, not only NGOs, not only institute and organization, but as a global effort. How do you make the students knowledgeable in the skills of their tool, of their subjects? So digital education and literacy is the need of the hour and for the future, no doubt about it. But the question to be addressed are the efficacy in the present format and content, and how to develop a better error-free methodologies going forward. There is still a lot to do, you understand, you all accept that, in terms of checking of students' entitlements, right, that are being not compromised. So way forward, just to finish up, we should have a multi-pronged approach. Flexible rescheduling of the academic timetable, exploring options in collaboration with all the stakeholders, including the parents. Then the staggering the teacher-student interaction in physical mode with not more than 50% of the total strength, at least due to the pandemic situation. After that, things obviously will change. Giving priority to the less advantaged students, because genuine effort must be invested to ensure every child gets good quality, equitable education as a fundamental right. The teacher role has to go beyond just in control of the class to being a facilitator of the transfer of knowledge. Focusing more on the knowledge aspect, because education is not about competence, getting ranks, grades, but more about motivation. The students are meant to discover, not just to cover the syllabus. And the system should more emphasis on quality learning and not quantity cramming, as it is called. So, conclusion, equality of opportunity has to be translated not only to the right for education, but also the right to digital opportunity. The present meeting should also focus on these factors and come out with probable solution or some guidelines or some pathways for other departments, other organizations which are involved into this digital revolution today, so that we can all address these issues. So one of the basic principles of the Indian Constitution is that we should have equality of opportunity. Let us give it to them in the modern world. And shifting to a system that benefits only a section of the people, leaving behind the neediest ruins the very notion of the state. There is still a lot to do in terms of things and academic curriculum, actions, activities. I'm sorry I may have overshot my time period, but it is such an intellectually engaging thing for me, at least. And to see 160 to 170 people yesterday, there it was more, coming together in an afternoon without enjoying a siesta or something, that itself tells how concerned each one of us. Apart from individual stakes of organizations, individuals in the whole program, because today nothing is in that sense truly voluntary, right? You expect something out of something, at least acknowledgements, but forgetting everything out of that. Coming because this is a crisis, though this has not been seen as a crisis. How to transform, metamorphosize our society and the country to the new world order. I hope with the brilliant minds that is supporting this particular program and with the brilliant presentation that are being done, including obviously the moderation, believe me, yesterday and today also. It was fantastic, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Feels really honored to receive such compliments from you. Thank you so much for your highly informative talk, sharing all the the statistics so genuinely and so beautifully, and the way
Thank you.
articulated this. Thank you so much, sir. It was a beautiful talk, the way you took it so neatly about the shift to e-learning system, the need for artificial intelligence, and the education. The motive should be the free flow of open discussions, and how the digital education can bring about the blend of digital learning as well as digital content, involving the teachers who are the main stakeholders there, empowering them, and also addressing the social emotional learning, the emotional components, which is so very relevant in the present times, the teaching competencies of the teachers, and the efficacy part, and particularly the way you beautifully summed up saying it is the quality learning that matters and not the quantity cramming. So with that beautiful note, I extend the most sincerest of gratitude to you for having shared your views on this platform. Thank you so much, sir. So in appreciation of your efforts, kindly accept this certificate of appreciation for recognition of your guidance to educators in strengthening their essential creative skills. Sir, we value your visionary leadership in enriching the educators with the 21st century skills. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, we also would like to felicitate you with the Certificate of Honor presented in recognition of your dedicated efforts for your contribution to education, social welfare, and digital awareness through your innovative practices. So on behalf of the entire forum, kindly accept this Academic Leadership Award, so deserving Academic Leadership Award to Dr. Devi Prasad Tiwari, sir. Hearty congratulations, sir, and my best wishes. Well, I think I saw the Queen join sometime back. Her Excellency Queen Dr. Nadia Harihari. Ma'am is, yes, Nadia ma'am is the founder and CEO of Success World One, Ambassador at Large for UN Affairs for International Human Rights Commission, IHRC. She is the arbitration judge at the Federal Court for Human Rights. She is also the Pro-Chancellor of L. Roy London University, Pro-Chancellor of RCST. She is also the chairperson of African Festival Foundation. And ma'am, I extend the most cordial welcome on behalf of the entire forum. I welcome you. Over to you, ma'am. Kindly grace this occasion as a special guest. Please accept this virtual bouquet, first of all. Ma'am, welcome to this session. And over to you. I request you to address the gathering.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me. Wow. Namaste, everybody.
Oh, that's wonderful.
It is a very interesting topic, really interesting topic. And I'm sorry I have joined late because I couldn't connect. I'm so sorry for that. Education, when you have the education, you are just open to the world, open to the world. Before, people who had the knowledge, they wanted to keep it for them jealously, and they think that people who have the knowledge, they have the power. People who have the knowledge and keep it for them, they were using it as a power to manipulate the others. Today, we are very lucky that the situation has changed. The energies have changed. Now, the person who have the knowledge, when you want the power, you share this knowledge. This is the real power, to share your knowledge with the others, to teach not only the future generation, but this generation also. We are all suffering from different things because of our lack of knowledge, of our lack of real education. See, this COVID-19 is making a lot of troubles to us. Why? Because we were not prepared to that. Now we know that every 100 years, approximately, a virus enter in Earth and devastate the humanity. Now we know, but no one taught us that. We didn't know before. We were not prepared to that. Like this climate change. This climate change is also a cycle of Earth, but no one was teaching us. Now we discover that it is a cycle and we have to be prepared to that. Unfortunately, no one was teaching us that. Result, we are all suffering from the consequences of all that. Education is your weapon against ignorance first, against the darkness that you are living within and without you. The weapon against manipulation. You know, a lot of people, ignorant people, are teaching the others. They are teaching their ignorance. Educating the others has nothing to do with the true knowledge. A teacher can teach with his heart, passion, and share his knowledge. But if the student and people who are receiving this knowledge, they are not attentive, they are not open-minded, they are not open-heart, and work on their personal development, the education will go nowhere. Digital education has opened the limit, the borders of education. Today, thanks to the digital education, we are all connected to the world, teaching one another. I have personally opened Success World One Academy, the academy of the people, free for everybody. Everybody can join, and we are giving free high education to everybody online. We have teachers from America teaching the world, teachers from India teaching the world, teaching from everywhere, UK teaching the world. And this is the beauty of the digital education, because we are learning from one another. This is when you are learning from one another, you are just making the unity of humanity, because we are all equal. We are all born equal and free. We are all in the same level, and we all deserve the best knowledge. We all deserve the best knowledge. And I'm very happy because, you know, thanks to people like you and like a lot of you also digital universities, we are just not empowering the children or the youth. We are empowering humanity. Humanity. You have in different sectors, people who don't even know how to write their name. Is it normal? Is it normal when you see the level of technology where we arrive? No, it's not normal. We are talking about artificial intelligence, but artificial intelligence should serve the human being. It was created for that. Unfortunately, we are using sometimes artificial intelligence against the humanity. It became like a weapon against humanity. Artificial intelligence should help facilitate the life of all human beings. It should be used for some villages where there is no school. It should be used also where there is no potable water. There's where we have still the child labor. This is how artificial intelligence should serve. When we are educating our children, our people, they should use this status of educated people to help humanity, not to destroy humanity. If we look at this, our world today, look, without any judgment, without any vision of judgment, look at our world. Educated people have created weapons against humanity. Educated people have created a virus. We don't know from where. It's not the problem, but we are in and we have to face it. Education should link one another together in the world and bring peace, bring love, freedom, equality, justice. Education, free education should be recognized as like the potable water, home for everybody, healthcare, all that. It should be recognized as a divine right status. When you learn something and you know something, just share it. Share it with the others. And this is also the beauty of this digital education. It will really open the mind, but we need to use it to bring peace. Educate in peace, education of peace, education of our real identity. People are still living in ignorance and continue to kill one another. I am talking to you now, and in Africa, they are killing one another. Problem between government and people, problem between religion, problem of poverty, hunger. We have seen that everywhere. Education should teach us first, serve to teach us first our identity, who we are, and teach that our equality. When I say who we are, everybody knows, and I repeat it all the time. We are spirit. We are not body. We are spirit with the body and not body with the spirit. We have the power within us. We are the unlimited power. Education starts from us. We are the creator of all that. We have created the economy, the political system, the social system. We have created all that. Artificial intelligence was created by us. So see how the power we have within us. We have the unlimited power, the supreme intelligence, the cells in our body, the cells forming our body, the billion cells. They have, it was even proved by the science that the cells, our cells and every cell has an intelligence, supreme intelligence, accepting what is necessary and rejecting what they don't need. Can you believe? We are this energy. Our cells have the supreme intelligence. Don't limit yourself. Challenge your limits. Challenge this illiteracy. Give a chance to everybody to learn. We are here to build a better world, not a better world of tomorrow, a better world of today. It is very important. Education, digital education will help us to just share one another this knowledge. You know what is a pity in our system, educational system, because everything starts by education and the education of the mother. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that a child will receive his first education at home by his mother. But we are not educating the mother. We are treating her badly. We are not respecting her. We are violating her. We are raping her. There's a problem. We are talking about digital education. We are talking about artificial intelligence all the things that we are creating. But let me just remind you, our women are not respected. Our women are used like a object at home to clean, to take care of, and all that. And sometimes she is even beaten in her own home. Our girls, our daughters in the world are raped, dishonored, violated physically, mentally, abused sexually, and all that. Our children in the world are dying of hunger. Our people are dying of poverty. We have human trafficking. The children are still in labor. And we are talking about artificial intelligence. We are talking about evolution. I'm sorry, guys. We need to just direct our mind to the real things. Direct our mind to the essential things. First, we have to learn who we are, why we are here, where we are going, what we want to be in this life. This is the most question that we need to ask. And why we are living in this conflict. Why? Who created this conflict? We cannot blame God. God has nothing to do with that, I'm sorry. God is your intimacy between you and him, but God has nothing to do. The reality is we are living in a world of unity, but in its exploded and divided version. We are living in a world of unity in its exploded and divided version. Result, we are all obeying to a law, this law of cause and effect. We are all responsible, all together responsible of the conflict and all the disaster and chaos that we are living. I believe digital education will help us to be united, to understand that this world in its exploded and divided version has the possibility to come together like an infinite puzzle where everybody, every life is important. We should respect one another and say and remind to everybody that we are all equal, free. This is important. And stop violating our women. What do you think? A woman has the capacity also to think. A woman has the capacity to feel. A woman has the capacity to lead, to act, to become a best leader in this world. But nobody is giving her the chance. I believe that thanks to this digital education, we can just explode the system and reform the system of education and give a chance to every woman in the world her real status, the balance of men. When men will understand that women are their own balance, and they will never find prosperity, harmony, peace if they are not respecting a woman. They know, but they want to stay always superior to her. Let me remind you guys that this superiority, it's just an illusion. Remember, you may be the big leader in the world. Just remember that a woman gave you birth. And for that, you need to respect every girl that one day will become a mother, your daughter, your sister, your wife, and all the women in the world. And I believe that digital education will teach that to men, will teach people, will empower women, will empower our children. We need to teach respect of women, peace education, education of identity, education of love, education of love. This is important. We don't have love. If we had love, why we are killing one another? Why we are not all united against our one and only common enemy, this virus? And during this period of virus, we are still continue to kill one another. The rape continue, the violence continue. What kind of human being are we? I'm sorry. Let's use digital education and spread the love, peace, equality, justice all over the world and be connected. It is our chance. The technology is our chance to be together, to be together. And let's find together also a solution for people who have problem of connection, internet connection. We need to find a solution to connect everybody, because some people will receive the digital education, but the others, they cannot, because they have a problem of telecommunication, network problem. We have to use artificial intelligence to solve all these problems, all together to create a better world of today for us and tomorrow for our children and future children. I thank everybody. I know I am talking too much. Sorry, but I wanted.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting me.
It was wonderfully taken by everybody. Your points so beautifully you brought up, saying that preparedness is the key to sustainability. So be prepared, whatever challenges come your way, just be prepared and face it so that the problems do not exist anymore. And making your idea of making this education link people so that everybody can come together, and how education should teach us how to self-introspect and find our own self-identity. It was beautiful. The way we can develop, it is possible to develop spiritual and metacognitive approaches towards our own lives. And this making all of us united and respecting one another. I mean, this is something beautiful, ma'am. You have brought out as an embodiment, true embodiment of every woman in this world. You have brought out your views and your concerns about the womankind. Thank you so much, ma'am. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this was Her Excellency Queen, the Chief Guest of the Day, Queen Dr. Nadia Hariri, Pro-Chancellor, Rockfield College of Science and Technology, Switzerland. Ma'am, your humanity makes you influential.
Thank you.
Deeply indebted to you for your invaluable words. As we express our gratitude, it's important that the highest appreciation is not just to utter words, but to live by them. And I assure you that we shall live to the fullest extent of whatever ideas and points that you have shared with us today. Thank you so much, ma'am. On behalf of the entire forum, kindly accept the certificate of appreciation. And this is in recognition of your guidance to educators in strengthening their essential creative skills. We value your visionary leadership in enriching the educators with the 21st century skills. Kindly accept this certificate of honor presented in recognition of your dedicated efforts for your contribution to education, social welfare, digital awareness through innovative practices. Ma'am, on behalf of the entire forum, SAIARD, GTF, and GOC Australia, kindly accept this Academic Leadership Award to be bestowed upon a wonderful person. Happy congratulations, ma'am.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Ma'am, my name is
Congratulations. Heartily congratulations, Nadia ma'am.
Gratitude and congratulations. Yes.
So much.
And thanks for gracing this occasion. That was wonderful, ma'am. Thank you so much. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, wasn't it a wonderful session with all the speakers, the guests guests having shared such valuable information. I think it's time for a big thank you to every speaker who has shared their very, very valuable, informative views so far. Thank you so much. Okay, so moving on, we have the technical session presentations for the day, and the honorable chairperson.
Sorry to interrupt you. Nakul Parashar sir has already joined.
Sir is joined?
Yes,
okay,
yes,
I'm
yes.
really sorry. My apologies.
He has joined through
My apologies.
official ID. Vikram Prasad. You may continue through the plenary session, please.
Okay, okay. Thanks for reminding, sir. That was really nice of you. Okay, so I take this opportunity of extending a very warm welcome to Dr. Parashar, sir, on behalf of the entire forum, SAIARD, GTEF, and GOC Australia. A warm welcome, namaste to you, Dr. N. Parashar. That is Dr. Parashar, Director, Vigyan Prasar, Government of India. Dr. Nakul Parashar has been a science communicator, teacher, technocrat, and an entrepreneur. He has been actively working in the area of science communication and popularization since 1989 through various capacities at various places. Coincidentally, he is the current director of Vigyan Prasar, an autonomous organization of the Department of Science and Technology, which was founded in 1989. With a PhD in applied physics from DCE, Dr. Parashar is a prolific author of many award-winning books and articles. So we have a wonderful personality today on our forum who is all set to share his views. Sir, once again, a very warm and a hearty welcome to you. Over to you. Kindly share your views, sir. Kindly accept this virtual bouquet on behalf of all of us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Namaskar. Very warm good afternoon to one and all from New Delhi, India, and here on this forum. I really want to thank organizers, especially entire show that we've all been witnessing for last 2 days. So really want to thank the organizers for having me here on this show. Our discussions on a 2-day conference that has had a number of speakers, had a number of people talking on various facets of life, education, and much more. My perception, my deliberation would be focused around how all of this needs to percolate down to the masses, how all of what we do in science and technology should get to the masses. And this is what we call science communication, popularization, and extension, which forms a small acronym called SCOPE. We've all understood and we've all known from ages together how important it is for us to educate the masses. In a country which is supposed to be one of the oldest civilizations in the world, it's important for us to, keep in line with the latest technological and scientific developments all over the world and keep our people duly informed about it. And a progressive, an informed, and empowered nation is always one which has its citizens duly informed. And particularly when we have something where you have a sense of query, you have a sense of curiosity to be addressed, becomes very, very important. And this is why, on the lines of what we know as a corporate social responsibility, there lies something called the scientific social responsibility. The scientific social responsibility means that it's not a responsibility of a scientist or a technocrat to suffice or quench the thirst of a common man, but for everyone who understands and is rational, is logical about what a fact or a thing is. So if you're able to communicate, if you're able to get to the masses, eradicate the myths, take away the fake news, and get to the right thing to the people, you actually do a human service to the nation, to the organization, to the world that you live in. We come from a country which talks about Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, which talks about all of us as one in the entire world. So it becomes important for us, where technology has, quashed all kinds of borders, all kinds of distances. I remember having spoken at various forums overseas that we live in two eras. One is a pre-internet era and the other one is a post-internet era. And today, when we live in a post-internet era, where we have everything so very well connected, where at the tip, on your tips, you've got information available, whether it is in any part of the world, you get to know in seconds. So with such a technological information revolution that has happened all over the place and keeps happening, and as I speak, there are technological advancements that are happening in this world. We've all spoken about how artificial intelligence, machine learning, natural language processing, all that deep learning things have gotten into our lives and is getting far more deeper into our lives, making our lives much more simpler, easier, because we get duly informed, duly empowered. So in such a world, when it's a responsibility for all of us to ensure that science communication is an integral part of each of us. For a kid in a family who comes up to you and asks you a question, it becomes very important for us to answer it. And in today's world, when you have information at your tips, it becomes very difficult. It becomes very easier for you to answer it very easily. However, having said this, if it is done on a mass scale, it gives a different perspective altogether. It helps you do your duty. In our Indian Constitution of Article 51AH, it clearly tells you it's a fundamental duty to help our fellow citizens to understand and know what is right. And in order to do so, that sense of inquiry has to be taken care of. There have been a number of institutions and organizations that have been relentlessly working in this direction. Even in our pre-independence era, we had scientists and science communicators who took it as a responsibility, as a social responsibility, to ensure that science communication is duly taken care of. Today in this world,
Sir, I think you are still.
Yes. We've been working in since inception. And earlier, as I said, in the pre-independence, in the pre-internet era, it was very, print was the only medium where you could communicate. As a result, in the late second half of the 90s, we came up with a magazine with an aim, how would India be in 2047? And we named that magazine as Dream 2047. Dream 2047. It gives me an immense pleasure to share with you that stands as the highest subscription magazine today, both published in Hindi and English on a monthly basis, that leads the scales on subscription, not only nationwide, but overseas as well. In a subscription reaches to people all over the world. It's not that I would like to thank COVID period for
I think sir's connection is hanged.
Yes.
But the reality is that in a number of going. Are you able to hear me? Is it okay?
There is a break at times, sir.
Okay. I believe there's a net issue at my place.
No, it's fine, sir. No, it's
okay.
fine, sir.
Okay. So Dream 2047 is a monthly magazine of Vigyan Prasad that has been published for last 2 decades and easily available. And for copies of it, they are free and are easily available on Vigyan Prasad's website, and you could certainly go download and have them. On the electronic media, we take immense pleasure in sharing with you that we came up with an OTT channel called India Science about 2 years ago. And within these last 2 years, we produced more than 2,500 science films. We've just gotten started as compared to Net Geo and Discovery. But we see that there's a great rise in our outreach and viewership. And for this, which holds a large repository of freely available content, unlike our competitors, which is freely downloadable, freely usable, freely meant to be, produced and shared with people so that science can reach the masses. So if you get time, please do download this app of India Science. The URL is indiascience.in. Similarly, on a lot of other media like radio, we continue to produce year-long serials on various topics. Every year we have been producing serials which are through 108 different stations, 144 on various topics of science and technology. The current one this year is on artificial intelligence, a topic which is very close to my heart. Similarly, we also have been organizing national science film festivals. And you'll be happy to know that this year we'll be organizing our 11th Science Film Festival. And this has gained so much of popularity that we've also started in India India, as it enters the 75th year of its independence, will also be launching Azadi Ke Amrit Mahotsav Ka Science Film Festival, a third one as well, which will talk about the 75 years of since our India independence, and will be showcasing films that have been published, that have been produced by the films division, by a number of different organizations. And I'm glad to share that entries for this film festival are being received from various parts of the world. There are a number of film producers, science film producers, who come forward to produce films about India during the independence period. A film on Pramath Nath Bose that talks about India's first scientist that worked and had helped set up Tata Steel has been meticulously made by somebody who is out of the country, from out of the country. We all that if you ask a scientist to write a story, a popular science story, it becomes very difficult for him. For he's been so deep entrenched into science that if you ask, if he starts writing and talking about, he starts talking a scientific language, which becomes quite Greek, quite difficult for a common man to understand. And this is a reason why a common man still considers science to be very dry and drab in such a period where it is important for us to make science easily understandable. We've taken whatever possible routes that are available. And in this course, we've also realized that there needs to be there's a big need of science communicators. As a result, colleges of mass communication all over the country have started approaching us, where we're working with them quite closely to establish science communication courses. And in due course, masters and research programs are expected to be launched. We provide a great deal of communication training courses. And not only this, when we say we run the India's only OTT channel, we've also acquired skills in filmmaking. Filmmaking is now easily available to be made from handheld devices. That's great importance. For that matter, I would like to talk about one such organization which is Calcutta based, which is called Vichitra Pathshala, has been doing a yeoman service to the masses, particularly school children, teaching them how to create films, science films, using mobile phones. Enthused with what they've done, we've launched such programs as well. And to my surprise, on a daily basis, we receive number of entries from various scientists and non-scientists who come forward to ask us to organize small courses in this regard. The journey goes on, and we've all noticed. I'll come back to how there used to be a time when newspapers used to have separate, a complete dedicated page for science and technology. Of lately, because there is a dearth of writers, there are dearth of science communicators. Those columns have either vanished, or for reasons, as I said, as the attention period of all of us has reduced, the challenges of keeping interest into science and technology has gone manifold. And this is where the responsibility of all our scientists and technocrats working in this area becomes much more important, relevant, to come forward and take up this challenge and complete their scientific social responsibility. The scientific technique, the Science and Technology Innovation Policy 2021 also harps upon the need to enhance science communication. And that's something that I, from this forum, would invite and invoke every scientist that is hidden in each one of us to come forward and help our fellow beings, our fellow citizens of not only of a country but of all the entire world, with in helping them breaking the myths and quashing the fake news that keep prevailing and that stops us from embracing the advances, the benefits of science and technology. There is a lot that I can go on and on. Paucity of time, I think, holds me back. But I really want to thank all of you once again for giving me this opportunity to speak from this platform and forum. And I wish we all rise up to the occasion, especially when we talk about vaccination, when we talk about COVID, when we talk about a lot of things that are important for us to go and talk and spread through media that is available with us. Social media, for that matter, happens to be the most powerful and the easiest freely available one that can be used for making a positive impact on the society. I invoke as I said earlier, I will invoke the hidden scientist in each of you to help your fellow beings with this. Thank you once again. Jai Hind and Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, sir. And that was Parashar, sir, on behalf of Vigyan Prasar. And sir has shared loads and loads of information. And sir, acknowledging all the good work that you have been a part of, acknowledging your contributions in the field of communicating science, I think you deserve a big round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. Kindly accept this certificate of appreciation, which is presented to you in recognition of your guidance to educators in strengthening their essential creative skills. Sir, we value your visionary leadership in enriching the educators with the 21st century skills. Thank you so much, sir. This follows by another certificate of honor presented in recognition of your dedicated efforts for your contribution to education, social welfare, digital awareness through innovative practices. Sir, on behalf of the entire forum, SAIARD, GTEF, and GOC, kindly accept this Academic Leadership Award, which you so very well deserve. Thank you so much, sir, and happy congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations once again, sir.
Thank you,
and
sir.
thanks for
Thank
gracing
you.
this occasion.
Namaskar.
Congratulations, sir. Namaskar.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. So ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to the technical session presentations by the presenters, before that, let me quickly project the profile of our Honorable Chairperson of the day, Professor Dr. Rakesh Kumar Sharma. Professor R.K. Sharma is an M.Pharm in chemistry, PGDBM, a PhD in chemistry, DSc honoris causa, He has so many qualifications to his credit. 40 years of experience as a scientist, administrator, educationist, director of Defense Food Research Laboratory DRDO in Mysore, Karnataka. He has made significant contributions in CBR and defense, development of new drugs, novel drugs delivery systems, herbal radioprotectors, herbal biotech mitigators, and nutraceuticals. He has guided PhD students, filed 26 patents, and published 359 papers. Oh my God, that's amazing. Besides contributing for 56 chapters in books and editing 16 books. This is the multifaceted personality. Dr. Sharma has acclaimed 10 national and 5 international awards. He is a member of expert or core groups of many ministries of Government of India. Presently, Sharmaji is serving as Vice Chancellor at Savita Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences, a deemed university in Chennai, having 14 colleges and 2 super specialty hospitals in its domain. Sir, on behalf of SAIARD, GTEF, and Global Opportunities Commercialization Australia, I extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. Namaste and welcome to this forum. I request you to quickly deliver your words. Address the gathering, please.
Thank you.
Yes, kindly accept this virtual bouquet, first of all. Can we have a virtual bouquet for sir?
Okay, I think
there's a technical glitch. I'm sorry. Yes, sir, it's coming up. Meanwhile, you can proceed, sir. Yes, over to you.
I would like to thank the organizers of second Digital Education Summit, organized by SAIARD, GTEF, and GOT Australia, for giving me the opportunity to moderate this panel of renowned academicians and educationists. Education travels hand in hand with technology to empower learning in an age that is integrating technology as a way of life. Technology is a crucial enabler. Education has continually been adjusting to the world of technology to meet the changing dynamics of the present day requirement with regard to quality education, innovation, and research. We have to increasingly use technology with equity. We all agreed that COVID caused unpredictable and unprecedented disruptions of the normal function of the educational institutions like teaching, learning, examination, and research were inevitable. Indian universities were closed on 16th March 2020. Our historical values and attributes were shaken to some extent. I believe that the greatest quality one should have during challenging time is to challenge the challenge itself. We all are trained to face challenges right from the beginning of our education to our journey in our career. Our academicians coped with this situation with newer strategies to help teaching and learning going on. They have risen to the occasion and are striving hard to continue this endeavor to provide the academic experience that the students are missing during transitioning from face-to-face learning to virtual mode. To keep the functioning of education institution going and ensure that the academic loss of students are minimized and the faculty members are engaged in a productive manner, we have the only alternative, that is to switch over to online mode through maximizing use of technology in the teaching learning process. Learn online is the in thing in the COVID era. Digital technology enhanced education is the new norm. The deeply ingrained use of computing technology in association with the internet and the mobile technology has resulted in the paradigm shift from use of teaching aid to online education. There is a shift of learning space from public space to personal space. Homes are doubling up as classrooms. The educationists and the academicians familiarize themselves with and used various information and communication tools, including video conferencing, to conduct live synchronous lectures. They also thought of new ways of collating course material, preparing digital friendly notes and presentations, and experimenting with video recording. loads of books getting replaced with a laptop or tablet with loaded files. There is a shift of delivery, that is teaching methods, from one size fit all to individualized and differentiated learning. The shift of responsibility in the teaching and learning process, active participation of household members, and shifting in learning evaluation from final examination to formative assessments. Conducting Viva online are the other new normals now. I must admit that we have taken a quantum jump of switching over to online education. The online education will suddenly unite the whole world into a single frame. For example, today we have experts from 12 countries in this panel and millions of participants eager to listen to them. We all agree that in the backdrop of COVID-19 pandemic, the emphasis on the use of technology, including digital education, is very well received. Technology enables, but it also limits. Many arguments are in favor of teaching based on modern methods and techniques. However, at the same time, a number of identified risks exist in online education technologies. Students attending online classes face many difficulties. I'd like to narrate few of them. Interaction of electricity. A very significant section of our students have homes in cities and towns that have electricity outages for many hours. Network connectivity problems, as mediocre quality internet connectivity is available and many students cannot afford high-speed internet access. Many students have only smartphones to connect to the internet through hotspots and face difficulties in concentration and health issues. Negative influence on health in terms of screen times, physical inactivity, fatigue, premature aging, psychological issues like anxiety, depression, insomnia, dizziness, memory loss, leading to an altered biological rhythm, postural issues, etc. After the initial excitement of these technologies has worn out, online classes are becoming monotonous. So we have to look at some blended mode very soon after this COVID era is over. If you look at face-to-face versus virtual class, one of the biggest advantage of evergreen chalk and talk lectures is that usually the students are in sync with the teacher. The teacher writes and explains while the students notes. The use of slides and presentation or even graphics and videos tend to be much more in online classes simply because sharing these audiovisual items is easier than having a proper whiteboard. There is a lack of direct interaction between teacher and the taught, which is a major hurdle in digital education. It is exhausting to talk to a computer screen with occasional interaction by disembodied voices. Imagine asking random students in often faceless boxes to answer a question or comment on something. In the physical classroom, this is easily possible by looking at students to decide who should speak. It is not possible to scan all the students in one sweep. The facelessness accentuate the already impersonal ethos. In the online classes, the teacher could figure out when to ask a question and to whom and to check or provoke. They missed cues like the collective buzz of the student on some topic, the curious murmurs in one corner, or too many students suddenly looking at each other with puzzlement. Discussions are much harder to sustain despite all sorts of provocations and multi-people interaction barely nucleated. At the end, one does not even know whether the lecture went well or it was a disaster. Often sharing material through screen sharing will disembody the teacher so that students are just staring at the presentation accompanied by a voiceover. The pace of teaching speeds up quite a bit naturally because the already written material on the presentation, the students unsync and are lost. Perhaps a saving grace is that student can revisit recorded lectures again and again. Very senior scientist, Professor C.N. Rao, is right in saying that online classes cannot inspire young minds, especially those from the rural hinterland that are constrained by facility worse than this. Access to education for the downtrodden is unequal. Some students cannot attend live classes because their internet connection is poor or their devices do not have enough charge. The very access to the computer and the internet in India is indeed on a relatively restrained level. Other problematic issues that are connected with the competence regarding the use of IT facilities and the critical reception of the contents promoted by contemporary media. For some, it is feasible only to download low resolution video recording or even just text note. There will be a significant difference in the quality of access and therefore learning those different groups of students will experience. Therefore, the digital classroom is indeed far more unequal and more impersonal than the physical classroom. Technology integration in education has tended to reinforce an inequitable and unjust social status quo. So I've got many things to share, like making online classes more productive or sustaining interest in online classrooms, but I will reserve my discussion, and I look forward to, we still have to ponder on many issues like what new avenues are going to open, how this digital mode of education can open new pathways for all the academicians. We need to assess the preparedness of the institutions in terms of digital infrastructure, digital devices, digital contents, digital pedagogy, and capacity building, faculty readiness, and institutional policies for supporting the venture. In all other contexts, it will be necessary to educate teachers, parents, students to use the new technologies in a safe and effective manner. In short, what are the opportunities and major challenges still we have to overcome, etc., etc. Dear panelists, I am happy to moderate this panel and look forward to receiving your valuable input for the future of digital education. With that, I hand over the proceedings to Ms. Meena ji for continuing the further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. That was very nice of you for having shared your ideas and your beautiful ideologies. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So with that, kindly accept the certificate of appreciation presented to you in recognition of your guidance to educators in strengthening their essential creative skills. We value your visionary leadership in enriching the educators with the 21st century skills. A certificate of honor is also bestowed upon you in recognition of your dedicated efforts for your contribution to education, social welfare, and digital awareness through innovative practices. Sir, on behalf of SAIARD, GTEF, and GOC Australia, kindly accept this academic leadership. Happy congratulations, and once again, so much. Well, thanks and congratulations once again, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on, we have the first speaker of the day, Professor Suchita Sharmin. Professor Sharmin, Dr. Sharmin holds a teaching experience of more than 20 years. She is currently working as a professor at Department of Development Studies, University of Dhaka, Bangladesh. She holds a PhD in Development Studies from University of Dhaka. She has a research experience in the areas of development studies, psychology, organization, business studies from different universities in Bangladesh, Japan, Switzerland, UK, Nepal, Malaysia, and India. She has been involved with the government, NGOs, UN agencies like UNDP, UNDESA, UN Women, UNICEF, etc., and NGOs in the capacity of a consultant for more than 18 years within Bangladesh and also abroad. She has published 3 books and numerous number of journal articles and book chapters in national and international peer-reviewed journals and books. A hearty welcome, Professor S. Sharmin.
Thank you
Welcome
very much.
to the session.
Thank you very much.
Over to you. Kindly proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much. I'd first like to thank the organizers for a very timely topic. It is the second Digital Education Summit, and it is very timely because of various reasons. And it's a 2-day summit, and today is the ending session we are in. And I believe the summit went well, and I congratulate the organizers for their initiative and success of their summit. It is the era of fourth industrial revolution. And in this era, what we see is that we are facing the crisis of COVID-19. Which is a very big threat to humanity in this century, I should say. And in the last 100 years, we didn't experience any such thing. And it is very new to us. And of course, it is like very unique, very novel, and what and what not. However, in this era of fourth industrial revolution, what we feel is that it is time when we were using technology and using the artificial intelligence and how internet could provide us with all possible different new innovations in digital technology. And it was what we had been facing, and we had the opportunity of doing in this fourth industrial revolution. At the same time, it is the time when we are committed to, all the countries of the world are committed to achieve the sustainable development goals. The sustainable development goals ensures and emphasizes on the fact that we cannot leave anyone behind. We have to have development, and the development has to be very much inclusive, and we cannot leave anyone behind. So there are several 17 goals in the sustainable development goals, in the global goals. And one of those is equal opportunity, especially for education. And in this present era of fourth industrial revolution, innovation was possible, innovation is being possible. And COVID, in a way, has brought us an opportunity to build back better, I should say. Because in this era, we are facing the challenge to bring about something new and to cope with the situation. At the same time, we have the immense capacity when we are in the fourth industrial revolution era. So with these all, SDGs, fourth industrial revolution, COVID, and equal opportunity that we want to ensure. And within all these, what we have is digital education, where what we see is, as Dr. Sharma had been telling us, it was very much a threat at the very beginning, because we were not ready for any such innovation in education, and it was very new for us. But I won't be, along with him, I would like to say that, yes, he also mentioned the mental health issues and the mental health consequences of digital education are vital, and it is important for us to study all those. The researchers need to find out what should be the duration of any session for different age students. Like for the primary school students, what should be the duration of class, and what should be the modality of different of delivering lectures, and how interactive it can be. Like it is starting from the primary level to the highest tertiary level. So the thing is, when we are talking about digital education, the acceptance of different modalities and the acceptance in a way that it is good for and healthy for it's good for the mental health of the students is vital. And also, we must admit the fact that it's not only the students, even the teachers are facing different kinds of stress, because they are not, many of them are not quite familiar with these digital platforms. And now it is novel for us as well, like how we deliver lectures and how we interact, how we conduct the exams and all those. So the mental health of the students and the teachers are vital for ensuring the happening of learning in education. At the same time, even the education, the people who are in educational administration, they are also facing different kinds of challenges because they don't know what decision they have to take and how effective it will be and what will be the challenges. And it is kind of a trial and error and learning that way. So the education, when we are considering education, it is starting from the home and then from in the educational institutions. What we see is that from the very young children to matured adults are in education. So as students and as their curriculum goes on, the matters should be considered accordingly. As well, we have to consider the mental health issues of the teachers because they are also feeling very different in state of in terms of their mental state because it is very new and they're facing challenges, that educational administrators as well. And it is time for the researchers to conduct research, especially on pedagogy, especially on teaching learning situation, and especially on what should be the time of and duration of a single class. And there should be innovation, what innovations can be introduced for education. That is also very much there, that the researcher can help the education community with. And because there are many speakers today, I won't linger my speech. And I again wish the success of this summit till the end. And I congratulate the organizers and also conveying my regards to the chairperson of this session and Dr. Sharma. I liked his speech. It was very well organized and it was wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Please unmute.
Yes. Sorry. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Sharmin, for that short and wonderful talk of yours. So on behalf of the entire forum, we extend a hearty thanks to you. Please accept the certificate of appreciation presented to you in recognition of your guidance to educators in strengthening their essential creative skills. Dr. Sharmin, we value your visionary leadership in enriching the educators with the 21st century skills.
Thank you.
Certificate of honor presented in recognition of your dedicated efforts for your contribution to education, social welfare, and digital awareness through innovative practices. So the entire forum, SAIARD, along with GTEF and GOC, confers upon you Academic Excellence Award. Dr. Sharmin, congratulations and best wishes. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much.
Once again, congratulations, Dr. Sharmin.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, so moving on, we have the next presenter of the day, Professor S. Deshpande. Do we have Professor Deshpande? Yes.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I can see you, sir. A very warm welcome to you as I introduce you to our group. Dr. Samir Deshpande is an associate professor and managing director of social marketing at Griffith University. Samir Deshpande sir teaches, trains, and conducts research in social marketing. He is the editor of the Social Marketing Quarterly. Over 2 decades, he has raised over US $2 million and published studies testing the effectiveness of behavior change initiatives using social marketing frameworks with particular emphasis on consumer insights approach in a variety of contexts, including financial services to disadvantaged women, alcohol abstinence during pregnancy, safe sexual practices, promotion of alternative rights, responsible drinking, water rights, and physical activity. Samir sir has published his work in academic journals, books, and conference proceedings. His book, co-authored with Nancy Lee, Social Marketing in India, has been well received by the Indian academic and practitioner social marketing sectors. Before joining Griffith University in 2018, Samir sir offered services in the US, Canada, India, and Singapore. Once again, a hearty welcome to you, sir. Over to you. And before I hand over the session to you, let me just inform all the presenters. You will be given 10 minutes. The first 1 minute would be introduction of yourself and the topic. That's a 1 minute talk. The next 7 minutes will be for the content deliberation, wherein you can talk anything and everything about the topic within 7 minutes. The last 2 minutes will be for the conclusion, the wind up. So kindly restrict to 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Over to Dr. Deshpande now. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Meena. Actually, I'm trying to share my slides. Is it possible, or should I ask you?
Yes, sir. So you should be able to, because you are also the co-host. You have the permission. You try screen sharing.
Okay.
Is it happening?
No.
You
Okay.
can share.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. It's always good to put my slides so that it's easier for all of us to see what I'm talking about. I thought I will talk about the area of my expertise, which is about behavior change. And the main topic I want to highlight is the fact that if you want to change behavior, digital interventions by themselves are not sufficient. That's my main message. My point is I have twisted the topic to digital communication rather than digital education. I mean, I deliver digital education all the time as part of my academic job, but my expertise is more about behavior change. And so I thought I will quickly, given the time, highlight what really needs to be done if we want people to adopt new behaviors. In a way, I'm not talking about commercial here, I'm talking about social side, in a way to achieve the sustainable development goals, to ensure that our countries, our societies achieve higher quality of life in general. And so very quickly, I will highlight the example of how Wildlife SOS India, a non-profit organization, actually convinced the Kalandar community to give up their 700-year-old profession of working with sloth bears. I grew up seeing the sloth bear shows in Mumbai. I'm sure people of my generation will have, but in recent years, thanks to Kalandar community, thanks to Wildlife SOS, the profession has stopped. They convinced the Kalandar community members to give up their 600 sloth bears that were wild animals in captivity. And eventually they were taken away to alternative livelihoods. So how did they achieve? And I try to communicate that through my 7 tips of behavior change. So the first thing is, if we really want to change behavior, we need to understand the people, not just through superficial surveys, interviews, and focus groups. We actually need to immerse ourselves in the lived experience of the person we are trying to influence. And I believe that is the reason why Gandhi, Mother Teresa, and Dalai Lama were successful in achieving what they did, is because they actually tried to understand the worldview of the people they wanted to change. They conducted no official formal research as we academics do, but they were conducting research to understand the person. And they were co-designing solutions to acquire collective intelligence in a way that we use these buzzwords today, but they were doing that back then in their own way. And so what Wildlife SOS did was they actually localized the solutions that was attractive to the person whom they were trying to influence. And so the main point is, if we really want to influence people, we need to ensure that we provide benefits that are attractive to the person we are trying to influence, that are immediate and that are guaranteed, not probabilistic, not long-term, and not something that governments and nonprofits want to push down the society, but something that the people are seeking. And in addition to benefits from the desired behavior, we also, of course, have to ensure the costs and the inconvenience is minimized. And so if we really want people to eat healthy, we need to provide tasty, cost-effective, and reasonably priced and reasonably available food, not talking about health benefits. Nobody cares about health benefits. We care about taste, cost, and convenience. And that's the benefit we are seeking, and that's the benefit we should be providing in terms of alternative healthy meals, rather than giving just messages out there through Facebook and Twitter. Twitter claims that Arab Revolution happened because of their Twitter feed. That's a fallacy. Arab Revolution happened because 25 years of labor movements, on the ground protests, and word of mouth publicity throughout the 20-year period. Twitter only was just an icing on the cake. And so we should be aware of the limited effectiveness and power that social media and social networks have. And so in the end, why a poacher stopped killing the sloth bear or captivating the sloth bear, and why a Kalandar community member went to the alternative livelihood, was because they found the desired behavior to be more attractive than the current behavior, and that the barriers to the desired behavior were lower than the benefits. So it was not just about benefits and livelihood. Of course, Forest Watch, the Forestry Department of Government of India, was involved in it. They had a 24/7 rescue hotline. But something that is of more interest to me is Wildlife SOS actually provided seed funds to the Kalandar community to start new businesses. They trained them for new entrepreneurial skills. They provided employment, and they sponsored their kids' education. The second important point I want to make is we believe that humans are rational human beings. That's a false notion. All economic theories start with this idiotic assumption that human beings are rational human beings. Behavioral economics has questioned that. And in social marketing, of course, we take that to the heart. Many of our decisions are not based on thinking, planning, and doing it. They're more based on fear, social pressure, habit, and environmental cues in our environment. And so if we really want to provide solutions, that's what we should be aiming for. Number 3, fun, easy, and popular changes behaviors. So we look for benefits, we look for being a part of the overall social environment, and we try to go for something that is easily available and doable. So think about all our behaviors, and at the end of the day, it all comes down to the peer pressure, popularity, ease of convenience, and something that we really seek, which is fun. So awarding, incentivizing new behaviors plays a big role. Today, vaccination is being incentivized in many countries. Even India has provided incentives from government and non-profit levels to convince more people to vaccinate themselves and reduce hesitancy. We should be providing aspirations and not the avoidance strategies. So if we really want people to embrace new behaviors that are socially useful, promise better lives, deliver better life, rather than talking about how do we avoid consequences from current behavior. Peer appeals are important, no doubt about it, but they actually have a big limitation. They only work when you provide enhanced efficacy of people, which is why cigarette packet warning labels do not work. We have experiences from Canada, Brazil, Singapore, and Australia. Only when you combine fear with efficacy, only then that combined approach will have an effect on behavior. So the stick is important, but so is the carrot. So so carrot plus stick, that combination is more important than just stick. And carrot by itself does not work because it does not attract attention of people. We in social marketing, of course, follow this 10-step process. And we highlight the fact that communication or brochure or Facebook or Twitter is just one of the many strategies that are available to us. And it comes way back in step 7. Before that, you have to conduct a huge amount of immersive research to understand people and the stakeholders whom we are trying to influence. And so what Karthik Satyanarayanan in Wildlife SOS did was he was tangibilized the new behavior. He provided those benefits. He brought them into present, not distant. He reduced the barriers to alternative livelihood by providing skills and training and employment. He provided incentives. He made those employment opportunities in their community where they lived. And of course, he promoted that through persuasive communication. So that typical 4P marketing strategy was seen in this effort by Karthik. And so rather than just focusing on don't do it, which is a very age-old, ineffective way of doing things, if you are going to convince people don't use rhino horns as an aphrodisiac, well, that's not enough. We need to actually, in addition to don't do it, we should also be focusing on aspirations and do this instead as providing alternatives. Communication does work by itself only when people are motivated to change their behavior, are able to do so, and have environmental opportunities. I don't have time to discuss this. This itself can take me 45 minutes to get deeper into it. But communication only approaches works, but in general, only among 20% of the society members. For others, we need either the complete stick, pure regulations which are well implemented, or the middle segment, which is a 60% segment where marketing is actually useful, where we talk about benefits and incentives. My own systematic literature review in physical activity campaigns has shown that the more marketing you use to influence behavior, the more likely you are to influence physical activity. So what are the Kalandar community members doing today? They are running a variety of small enterprises, and they're happy because they are achieving their aspirations. They're achieving the aspirations of their children to educate them and have a better life. And that's what they're really seeking. They don't have real love for they didn't have real love for sloth bears. They had what they had was livelihood and aspirations. Last 3 points are more about how to make the campaigns more effective. So let's be real. Don't expect 50% change in society after 1 year of campaigning. 5% is more realistic. So gradual incremental change is what you should be expecting. Old societies like India or other Asian, African, Latin American societies move very slowly, and we should be cognizant of that incrementality. Number 6, we get very passionate about changing people, but we lose the management mentality of adopting those principles. And so, for example, Irfan Alam in Bihar has actually used social entrepreneurship to change people, or Bankar Roy in Tilonia, Rajasthan, through his Barefoot College experiment, has used management principles to achieve social goals. And the last but not the least, if we really want to create an ongoing change, sometimes for sustainability purposes, when I say sustainability, I mean long-term change. Prompts are important. Institutionalizing of ideas is important, but most importantly, having people from the community become advocates makes a big difference. And so an example of a CSR program by CRISIL, which is SNP India, has Main Pragati or I Am Progress project done in Assam. It's running right now. 700 Sakhis were recruited like the Asha program in health. And these 700 Sakhis have actually convinced 274,000 beneficiaries in Assam to join a formal financial program. So without Sakhis, of course, CRISIL's funding and management principles helped. RGVN, which is a community-based Assamese NGO, helped. But the real change was done by Sakhis, who could bring in more than 300,000, the latest figure being 300,000 beneficiaries to the formal financial programs to enroll them in the government schemes. So I think that's it. I had to rush through my slides, but I had to ensure that I covered all my 7 tips towards behavior change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samir Deshpande. It was really nice that you covered. In fact, when you started, I was just connecting with the, the Stephen Covey's 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. When you started with that, more or less on the same.
Copied from Stephen Covey.
That's what I could make out. I could really, relate to that. And generally, we go with a thumb rule of 10% working. Okay, 10% works of whatever you plan. But here you were really idealistic and so practical, saying that 5% of the goal. That's it. I mean, I really appreciated your wisdom. Thank you, Samir, so much, and for your efforts and your,
Thank you.
You deserve this certificate of appreciation.
Thank you.
Presented to you in recognition of your guidance to educators in strengthening their essential creative skills. So we value your visionary leadership in enriching the educators with the 21st century skills. Dr. Samir, you also have a certificate of honor presented in recognition of your dedicated efforts to your contribution in education, social welfare, digital awareness through innovative practices. This follows with the Academic Excellence Award, which you deserve. The award comes to you on behalf of SAIARD, GTEF, and GOC Australia. I'm sure along with Dr. Chris, you're doing a yeoman job. Keep your efforts, keep rocking, keep going. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Yes. Congratulations again, Dr. Samir. Yes. Okay, so moving on, we have the next speaker of the day.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Mutmaina. Dr. Mutmaina is a lecturer, international speaker, and leader, academician, and education expert, lecturer at Al Azharia Mandar University of Teacher Training and Education Faculty. This is situated in West Sulawesi, Indonesia. She has been a global keynote speaker, a plenary speaker, and a resource person too. Dr. Mutmaina is the Deputy Secretary of International Society of Teachers, Administrators, and Research, situated in Philippines. She is also associated with similar bodies in Nepal and Thailand. She has been the coordinator member of Charles Walters Society and Innovation and Research India and associated with many organizations in India. She is Indonesia's country director of Yes You Can International in London, UK. She is also the country director of Africa Global Development for Positive Change Initiative, ADIA Africa. She is also the member of United Nations Volunteers Roster. She is the advisory board of Indonesian Education Share to Care Volunteers. She is on that board also. And her interest area of developing instructional material, ASSURE, TEFL, and cybergogy. I mean, to put it in short, she has had a vast experience in so many fields. I had to really cut short the profile. I'm sorry if I missed some important details. A hearty welcome to Dr. Mutmaina, who has joined us virtually. Welcome to the session and over to you. The next 10 minutes is all yours. Kindly proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Mina, for the wonderful introduction, my profile. Before I presenting my topic today, I want to say thank you to the SAIARD. Congratulations to organize this wonderful international, the second International Digital Education Summit, and the teamwork, the participant, all of the speakers. And also, I wanna tell to you about SAIARD and Indonesia will be signing MOU for the next month with more than 15 universities in Indonesia. So congratulations to the founder and the chairman of SAIARD.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Yeah. So allow me to share my screen. I know my time only 10 minutes. Okay, I hope this is visible to you. A little bit about myself have mentioned by Madam Mina, but this is some of my research identity, my research get, and my Scopus ID. So feel free to visit my article and research over there. My topic today, this is about education. I focus to speak about the emerging Generation C trend for the next education. Why I choose my topic today, let's have a look the fact and the condition today about right now. The smartphone are the new window for us, and we can see and connect it globally with these tools or with this technology. And so many explanation about the education. And I am totally agree with all of the keynote speakers that have explained about education. And also today, I divided the condition and the phenomenon that happening today. Maybe this is for the next future of education. we are accelerating digital transformation on education sector. I divided, in my opinion and my observation, I divided the fact and the condition into a 5 here. Injected artificial intelligence in our education. Actually, this is a is planned from Dr. Juari and Dr. Queen Nadia Hariri about artificial intelligence in education. And also the next education transformation, because today we are in the digital era, our education transformation, we are practice remote teaching, and then we lost our face-to-face classroom and then move to the virtual classroom. And then we must be adapt with the new habit with ICT culture, and we redesign our curriculum. To be more understanding about, we must be adapt with this new habit. We are injected technology, and then we are apply or implementation hybrid or blended learning environment. About new habit, we must be adapt with this condition. Has explained from Dr. Samita Sarmin. And the next about infuse a smart digital classroom management, why this is very important today. And this is the theory in the learning and teaching based on educational sector. We can collaborate about, this is the triple quantum. Quantum learning, quantum teaching, and quantum technology. Why this is very important? Yeah, you know about we are in education. We must education. This is the holistic process, not only about the transfer knowledge, but this is how we are train our student to facilitate them with the training, the skill, and increase their competence. Also, we must developing the student attitude, behavior, and also to be more humanity. This is a little bit explained from Dr. Queen Nadia Hariri, to be more human, to be humanistic. And the quantum learning, this is the way why we are must understanding this, the triple quantum. You know, we must understanding about the pedagogy. Today, we are not only, we are talking and discuss about the technology. Totally, this is not only about the technology. The technology, this is only the tools or the media. But in education, this is come back again to the grand theory of the education. This is in pedagogy, the way we are teaching, the way we are designing our material, our activities based on the student condition. So one of the theory that supporting when you are integration between technology and pedagogy in our education, namely cybergogy. And the cybergogy, we facilitate the student about the metacognitive skill, knowing how to learn, freedom to learn. We can designing our classroom with the having fun and enjoyable classroom. When the student having fun, they get their emotional intelligence, they get their spiritual intelligence. I think the student will be get the excellent achievement. And also the last about digital vaccine. Today we are in the digital era. We must facilitate the student with the 21st century skill, communication, collaboration, critical thinking, and to be more creative and innovative. Yeah, this is have explained from Rakesh Kumar about the technology today in this smart digital classroom, not only between teacher and student, but also cover with our society, parents, and staff in a university or school. So let's have a look about the Gen Z. Why I choose my topic. This is the domination, the population in the world today. This is the Gen Z. And the Gen Z, they are our student. So come back again with the UNICEF and UNESCO and World Bank about the mission recovery education 2021. This is a focus with the 3 points about the well-being, about the recovery learning with the remedial, and also all the teacher, we need to be prepared and support to incorporate digital technology into their teaching. But most of the teacher or educator, they still have low skill how to use, how to teach, and how to train their student to use technology in learning and in teaching. So this is our student. We must understanding right now our student, this is not like you. We must accept and teach differently. Why differently? Because they have the general characteristic and learning style. This is different. So we must understanding the Gen Z, they are born digital. They are familiar with the tablet, the smartphone, and a laptop, and the technology tools today. So that's why if you wanted to engage them, to be more engaged in your classroom, you must analyze and also integrate some of these tools to achieve, to help them to achieve the Bloom taxonomy of the 21st century skill. Let's have a look at characteristics.
Dr. Mutmaina, sorry to interrupt. You have 1 minute to wind up.
Yeah. So this is they are the characteristic of the Gen Z. This is different with us. Their daily life mostly influenced by the influencer or YouTuber. So the next about their characteristic. Sorry. Mostly they are nomophobia. Maybe this is covered with us. We are nomophobia. We cannot lose our digital or the internet connection. So the social media platform used by millennial and Gen Z, mostly by YouTube. Why I show it to you about by using YouTube and use ICT, because right now today the social media dominate with the Gen Z daily life. So that's why we must change our teaching style. We must use a student-centered learning approach. And also, this is the behavior that we need to think. Learning is no longer a solo activities anymore. The teacher is no longer the only person in teaching, and many more. So, well, how after we see that this condition, the Gen Z, they are familiar with the smartphone, digital, and also some of the tools, we must reflect our classroom today, and then we designing our classroom with the comfortable class and fun, having fun activities. You can use this tool. So many tools that you can apply in your classroom. But remember, the digital pedagogy, actually this is, we must choose the right technology, the right action, the right activities, and the right tools to help your student to facilitate them to increase their higher order thinking skill. So this is one of the example if you wanted to designing your material, your activities by using YouTube or film, because most of the Gen Z, they are familiar by social media or YouTube. I break down into 5 ways here: warm up, presenting, practice, production, and evaluation, to help you, to help your student to achieve the Bloom taxonomy or the higher order thinking skill. Whatever your subject, you can adapt this. This is the instructional, or this is the phase. Yeah, this is in the warm up. This is covered with understanding and remember. In presenting, you can ask your student to analyze the concept of artificial intelligence. This is the example of the content about artificial intelligence. After that, the student discuss, and also they will be write their new opinion, new novelty, and I mean that here they cannot be have a new new innovation based on this content. And the last, you can ask your student to answer the question. So what about if the student don't have technology? I believe nothing can stop education. The technology, this is not the only one, the important, but this is the pedagogy, how we still can be teaching whatever our condition. This is, you can see that in the video, the student don't have internet connection, but we still having fun in learning and teaching process by using games, gamification or games. So the next, this is the class out and class on by using the platform if your student have good internet connection. Again, the next, if they don't have internet connection, you can still use, this is the local technology. You can use some of the media that to support your teaching process. This is my classroom, the example of my classroom. I use technology, use the smartphone, but not only in the classroom. Come back again, what is the student want, what is the student need, and also they wanna learning out in the classroom, I facilitate them. This is come back again with the student condition, the student situation, what they want, what they need. They need outdoor in the classroom, so we do the learning and teaching process outdoor approach. So this is my conclusion. There is no single approach is effective to all. One should be considered this is the available technology. The technology cannot replace the teacher. We use technology to make our learning and teaching process to be more practical, effective, and efficient. Thank you for having me and listening to me this evening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mutmainah. That was a very, in fact, a longer presentation, but still loaded with lots of information. And I could see that you have related to the Bloom's cognitive domain, the Bloom's taxonomy, and also a few intelligences as projected by Howard Gardner's multiple intelligence theory when you spoke about the spiritual intelligence. Very nice. It was a wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. So with this presentation and your efforts in this field, kindly accept on behalf of SAIARD, GTEF and GOC Australia, please accept this certificate of appreciation presented to you in recognition of your guidance to educators in strengthening their essential creative skills. And Dr. Mutmainah, we value your visionary leadership in enriching the educators with the 21st century skills. A certificate of honor is also being presented in recognition of your dedicated efforts for your contribution to education, social welfare, digital awareness, and through innovative practices. Dr. Mutmainah, kindly accept this Academic Excellence Award from the entire group of it and the entire board.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Namaste.
Namaste. Thank you so much. Okay, so moving on, we have the next speaker coming up, Professor A.B. Shopo. My apologies if my pronunciation is so bad. My apologies in advance. Okay, so Professor Adriana is a professor of management at the University of Craiova, Romania. As she's also been the Romanian ambassador for ARGH. She is the president of Regional Commission of Experts, CRE, in Central and Eastern Europe. She is a member of the directors of board of Doctoral School of the University of Craiova. She is a professor teaching and research, involved in research in human resources management, project management, social audit, corporate social responsibility, and negotiation techniques at the University of Craiova, Faculty of Economics and Business Administration in Romania, and in universities in France, Poland, and Latvia. Professor Adriana was invited as a keynote speaker for international conferences in France, Portugal, Albania, Lebanon, India, Iraq, and Turkey. Let's welcome Professor Adriana to deliver her talk. Madam, a hearty welcome to you on behalf of the forum. The next 10 minutes is yours. As usual, the first minute for the introduction, 7 minutes for content deliberation, and the last 2 minutes to conclude your talk. Over to you, Madam Adriana. Do we have Dr. Adriana? She is there. Professor Adriana, are you connected?
Thank you very much to SAIARD for this kind invitation. I think my connection, internet connection, it's so very good. Do you hear me?
Yes, yes, please go
Yeah,
on.
I want to thank you very much. And if we have, we'll have some loss of connection during my presentation, I will try to be very short. And for this reason, I will share my presentation with you. It's my presentation. It's a new topic. It's about impact of dispersal of information on digital education. What it's happened with this dispersal of information? It's one concept that I started to develop 20 years ago, and I presented many papers, and I wrote many articles and the chapter of the book related with this concept. And it's related also with management and with education. The aim of my presentation is to underline the role of the dispersal of information in promotion of digital technology in education, and the second, to identify the key levels of the dispersal phenomenon in relationship with the new challenges generated by pandemic coronavirus. You will see what is happened with two elements. We have for us and for our public 3 research and reflection question. First of all, how this concept, dispersal of information and digital technology co-evolve during new challenges? How does the dispersals moderate the decision-making process concerning the relationship between digital technology and education? And my colleague before me from Indonesia presented very well this relationship. And the other colleagues from yesterday and today were very well presented the relationship between digital technology and education. And the third, that is very important, how does the new challenges affect the relationship between dispersal of information and also promote of the digital technology in education? We have some answer for this 3 questions. I'm a presentation of relationship between education, that is here, digital technology and dispersal of information. Between education and dispersal of information, we have some ethical dilemmas and ethical issue. The relationship between dispersal of information and also the digital technology, we have risk of the failure or some errors. And between education and digital technology, we have legitimacy and trust, because without trust, this relationship between education and digital technology don't work. I will go very quickly because I have only a few minutes. Here it's the definition of dispersal of information, that it's a phenomenon that acts on many different levels of influence, for example, economic, social, legal, educational also, and provide irresponsible organization and researcher with tools for illegal, that is very important, and unethical research, or it leads to the failure of education process in its various stages. That is the originality of my concept, because until today we were habit to discuss only about positive phenomena, only the factors that positive influence the education, the management, that increase the performance, and not with elements that conduct to unethical behavior. My colleague before me presented the relationship between desired and the other behavior. Dispersal of information act also differently at the level of doctoral students and of level of experienced researcher, because at the doctoral students levels we don't understand what is happened about plagiarism, and for this reason the PhD students tend to appeal to plagiarism. For experienced researchers, they know about that plagiarism is forbidden, and for this reason, they try to avoid some elements related to plagiarism. Sources of dispersal of information are so many. Here I will present only related to education. We have preferential interpretation and application of some parts of the many pieces of research process, with apparently have the same meanings. And that is a very useful used by our PhD students and also for researcher. Also, internet is a tool that provide us with multiple sources of information. And for this reason, we try to use internet and also the articles, books that we find on internet as our activities or our results. And the third, the plethora of tools for education. We have a lot of platforms. My colleagues before me presented the relationship between this platform and education in Indonesian university. And we have seen that our students use very quickly iPhone, internet, a lot of platforms like WhatsApp or the other element for Instagram, and also for have a lot of sources of this personal information. What is happened in our real life? These sources of information are related with preferential interpretation and application of some parts of many pieces of legislation with the same meaning. We have also bureaucracy that is very present in our school, in our university, and also unlimited power. All three elements are presented in our real life. And in many of my articles, I presented what is happens with bureaucracy, how acts unlimited power, and what is happened with this legislation. We have some principle of education in our new real life. Why I use new? Because after and during this period of COVID-19, we have a new real life. Our real life is not real. It's like a cage. We are living in a cage, and the computer and it's our tools that we spend a lot of time in front of our computer and try to explain what has happened with our new real life. Sustainability and sustainability. What has happened? Our space should be designed to be sustainable. New space, our space. That is very, very important for us today, because we have also the other three elements. I like to use only three elements: free space, free question, because it's very easy to maintain. Space to be easy reallocate and reconfigure. That is, it's very important. We need some cost-effective item. We think ahead of future development of technology, pedagogy, and uses. For these reasons, technology is very, very present in our life. The other, it's engaging. It's very difficult in our new real life to be engaged, because our community is only virtually. Our energy and inspiring learners are also virtual. Faster, deeper learning is also very difficult to be achieved. The other principle is collaborative. Also, the collaboration between us is virtually. Before COVID-19, our conferences were face-to-face, and after presentation, during the dinner or the lunch, we had the possibility to discuss each other, to change some ideas, to put the fundament of new collaboration between us. Now, after our presentation, will be the other presentations, the other and the other. At the finish, we don't have room for question, for discussions, and for changing some idea between us. Security. This principle, it's a key to digital technology used in education. Security. What is happened with our students? How we are sure that during the exam or during some discussion, our students don't cheat? It's very difficult to evaluate this. And for this reason, I have two recommendations. Only, we need to increase the relationship between transparency, trust, risk, and ethical output. And second, that I consider very, very important for all of us, to promote social justice and sustainable development as principle of our real life. What has happened with our new real life? When we will have again a new real life, it's a question that I don't have an answer very quickly. As conclusion, we have seen that the people have a very high aversion to risk. The impact of dispersal information on education by digital technology is very high, and the negative and it's seen as a negative phenomenon. And third, dispersal the information affect our international educational landscape, because it's very important to rethink and to reconfigure our new international educational landscape. And finally, dispersal of information generate waste of knowledge in education, and also has a huge impact on digital technology, because digital technology, it's in a very good train, and it's developed, and dispersal of information conduct to develop of digital technology. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. Namaste. And I hope to don't spend a lot of time, and I'm in the 10 minutes.
Yes, namaste, and thank you, Dr. Adriana. Yes, you just spilled over a little bit, but that was okay. But your points were really very valuable. So with that, we thank you for your wonderful talk, your presentation, and kindly accept this certificate of appreciation presented to you in recognition of your guidance to educators in strengthening their essential creative skills. Professor Adriana, we value your visionary leadership in enriching the educators with the 21st century skills. Kindly accept the certificate of honor presented in recognition of your dedicated efforts for your contribution in education, social welfare, digital awareness through innovative practices. This will be followed by the Academic Excellence Award. And you receive this on behalf of SAIARD, hearty congratulations and best wishes.
Namaste. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay, so let's move on to the next speaker. The speaker coming up is Mr. Luis. Yeah. So we have Dr. Luis Miguel Oliveira de Barros Cardoso. Dr. Cardoso has a doctorate in modern language and literature. He is an adjunct professor, Department of Language and Communication in the Polytechnic Institute of Porto Alegre, Portugal. He is a Dean of School of Education and Social Sciences He is also the Deputy Director. He has served as a Deputy Director in Masters in Media and Society. Dr. Cardoso has been the President of Association of Reflection and Intervention in Education Policy of School Higher Education in Portugal. He has also been the member of several international organizations and associations. He's been a member on the editorial board of international journals, which include language and communication sciences. A hearty welcome to you, Dr. Cardoso. I hope you're there. I've been seeing you since some time. Yes. Over
Yes,
to Dr.
good morning.
Cardoso. Yes, the next 10 minutes is yours, 1 minute introduction, 7 minutes content deliberation, and the last 2 minutes to wind up. Kindly proceed to present your views.
Thank you so much for your very kind words. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for the kind invitation, for being here. It's a huge pleasure to be at this magnificent conference with excellent participations from different countries. And this is most important in these conferences, to have colleagues from different countries in order to exchange ideas and points of view and researchers and get connected and build networks. So my dear friends and my dear colleagues, I would like to share with you a presentation about the topic I chose for this conference: Skills for a New Digital Horizon, a Framework for Education and Citizenship. Today, my friends, we are dealing with a huge digital challenge. And this challenge is about 2030. It's about 2030, it's about the new frameworks for 2030. And it's about bringing together the most recent reports and researches and studies made by UNESCO, made by OECD, and by the World Bank and the World International Forum. So this is very important to understand that we are now arriving at a crossroads. And this crossroad is, of course, what are we going to do with these new digital horizon challenges? So we truly need a framework for education and citizenship, because we do not want just to give our students the proper knowledge, the proper skills for being excellent professionals. We also want to give them principles and values in order to become excellent citizens. So about all this, we must begin with a question. And the question is very simple, but the answer is challenging. So higher education is changing, my friends. So are you keeping up? Are we keeping up? Are we keeping up in our universities? Are we keeping up in our schools? This is the most important question of all. So let's try to understand what this 21st century education module and framework is all about. So we have here some elements of the 21st century education. And first of all, of course, we all talk about knowledge, about what we know. And this is the first framework, the traditional framework about education. This means, for instance, the disciplines we have in different curricula in our universities. But we also need to connect knowledge with skills. This means how we use what we know, how we use the knowledge that we receive during our degrees in our universities. So this implies creativity and critical thinking and communication and collaboration, the so-called 4 C's. Of course, knowledge and skills are also connected with character. So how we behave and engage in the world. This means mindfulness, curiosity, courage, resilience, ethics, and leadership. And last but not the least, we of course need to meet meta learning objectives. This means how we reflect and adapt. So let's connect all this and get to the 4 C's of education as we now understand them in 21st century framework for education. So this means education, collaboration, critical thinking, and creativity. This is not just a framework for universities and schools. This is not just a framework for our teachers. It's of course a framework also for our students. And we must engage these 4 C's as a whole. So this leads us to the question of the skills in the 21st century. So what are the basic skills that we need nowadays in order to face a world that is constantly changing, in order to engage new forms of work, new forms of being connected through internet, through different platforms. So we can divide these skills into groups, the basic skills and the personal skills. So first of all, the basic skills. So this includes literacy and numeracy, ICT and digital literacy, financial literacy, cultural literacy, scientific methods, learning literacy, and ethical literacy. These are the basic literacies, and many of them have been our objectives of learning approaches during the 20th century. Now we have the personal skills that are absolutely vital for this century and for our students. These include active learning, curiosity, growth, emotional intelligence, leadership skills, communication and coordination, judgment and decision-making, creativity, ideation and innovation, critical thinking and reasoning, complex problem solving, analytical thinking, systems thinking, collaboration, negotiation, self-reflection and mindfulness, and of course, resilience and adaptability. And during the COVID-19 crisis, we all understand how resilience and adaptability are key factors to success in our educational systems in different countries and of course worldwide. So that's why we need to understand that our challenges are not connected with 2021, but are connected with our near future. So let's take a look at top 10 skills that are required in 2025, for instance. And this is a result of the study from the World Economic Forum. So these skills include analytical thinking and innovation, active learning and learning strategies, complex problem solving, critical thinking and analysis, creativity, originality and initiative, leadership and social influence, technology use, monitoring and control, technology design and programming, resilience, stress tolerance and flexibility, reasoning, problem solving, and ideation. So what is our conclusion? For 2025, we must connect the basic skills that we already had in the 20th century, but we must enhance a different group of skills. So when we join these two groups, we can understand that we have a new framework for our skills for the next years to come. So this means that we have here 4 items that we must analyze: ways of thinking, tools for working, ways of working, and living in the world. So first of all, ways of thinking. So this is about creativity and innovation, as we said before, critical thinking, problem solving, and decision making, and learning to learn and metacognition. So this is the basis for our next years. Second, we need tools for working. We need information literacy and ICT literacy. But first of all, we truly need the tools, the equipments to go ahead and to enhance our teachers. So we need teacher training, but do we have the proper equipments? Do we have the proper connection with internet? So this is why UNESCO and different countries must come together and understand that global problems need global solutions. So this is not just a problem of one country, of one continent. This is a problem that is affecting all of our planet. And of course, we have new ways of working nowadays. So this means that communication, collaboration, and teamwork have changed a lot. And nowadays, we teachers, we researchers need to come together and create spaces of networking that can provide different solutions, that can provide sharing of information, that can provide best practices, that can provide options from one country to another, from one region to another. So communication is vital, sharing information is vital. This is why conferences like this one are very important. These conferences are vital to understand the role of each and one of us. And of course, we are now living in the world as we have never lived before, because we have all these new challenges to deal with. So we have a new approach regarding citizenship, global citizenship and local citizenship. We have personal and social responsibility, and life and a career that are connected. Not just a career, but a career and a life. Not just being a professional, but being a professional and being an active citizen in our community. This is most important. This is why now we must talk about this 3x3 model for 21st century citizenship. So this includes, of course, what we must understand as priorities for our future professionals and citizens that are nowadays our students in our universities. So we need informed, engaged, and active citizenship. So this requires global engagement, civic literacy, and digital citizenship. So if we connect these 3 areas, we can truly create a new spirit regarding 21st century citizenship. And of course, when
Dr. Cardoso, sorry to interrupt. I think you will have to wind up early.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I'll end this presentation only saying that citizenship concepts need citizenship skills. So this is why we must underline our focus. If we need to prepare our students for these challenges, we must provide them with skills that are connected with the activities that they are going to have in their communities in the future. And of course, these are all elements of digital citizenship that begin with digital access, digital commerce, digital communication, digital etiquette, digital law, and so on. These principles are vital for our students to understand what is needed. So we have here a journey, my friends. We are talking about the social impact of learning. We have the input, knowledge, skills, attitudes, and resources. We have the output, active involvement and action toward the social goal. And of course, all this needs a step-by-step teacher training. These include courses, modules, MOOCs, workshops, and degrees. So we cannot just give everything at once to our teachers. We must go step by step. And if we do this, we can achieve these three topics. First of all, everything is connected. So let's work together and find the best solutions. Second, let's have a new look at chance and transform chance into change. And now we connect skills, abilities, and knowledge. And with all this, my friends, working together, we can go ahead. We can be optimistic regarding our students' future, because the future is made through education and knowledge, and education and knowledge cannot stop. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cardoso. In fact, you have so beautifully brought out all the basic skills and the personal skills, and so wonderfully you have interwoven every element of your presentation to bring out the best in the field of education. You've done a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Dr. Cardoso. It was a mind-blowing presentation. Kindly accept the certificate of appreciation presented to you in recognition of your guidance to educators in strengthening their essential creative skills. Sir, we value your visionary leadership in enriching the educators with the 21st century skills. The certificate of honor is also being presented in recognition of your dedicated efforts for your contribution to the field of education, social welfare, and digital awareness through innovative practices. On behalf of SAIARD, DEF, and I accept this Academic Excellence Award given to Dr. Cardoso. Congratulations and best wishes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you so much. Some of our viewers, the audience, have requested for your PowerPoint presentation. If you could share it, it was really mind-blowing. Thank you so much. Right. So moving on, we have the next speaker coming up, Dr. A.K. Mishra. Dr. Anjay Kumar Mishra is a doctorate in project management. He is an associated professor and research director at Madan Bhandari Memorial Academy, Nepal, Urlabari, Morang, Nepal. He is also a regular visiting faculty and a thesis supervisor at various colleges such as the United Technical College, the Institute of Engineering, Lumbini Engineering and Management Science College in Rupandehi. He is also providing consultancy services to the Ministry of Education, Government of India and Government of Nepal. He has published more than 100 peer-review research papers and authored 3 international reference books. He has received many national and international awards for his excellency in research and academic sector, such as SAS Best Supervisor Award, SAS Best Researcher Award, Innovative Academician Award, Best Researcher in Project Management, and also as a Young Scientist Award in 2019. A hearty welcome to Dr. A. Mishra. The next 10 minutes is yours. Please proceed in presenting your views.
Thank you. Greetings for the moment from Nepal to one and all. Without any delay, considering the time frame, I would like to show my few slides. Maybe most of its ideas would be matching from earlier speakers, because I'm also targeting what is the need of learning in today's century. So maybe some of the things are going to be common. See, this is what the organization is progressing. And we are producing the manpower we are producing the human capital, we are producing the human resource, which could be utilized in the industry or in the organization. If this is the objective, then earlier organization used to be operated based on rules and regulations. It used to adopt hierarchy systems or bureaucratic structure. However, currently we are focusing on team-based, where we are having a task, we are making a team, and we have to make them to do the job. So do you think the experience which we are having in bureaucratic systems, the experience which we are holding from bureaucracy would be sufficient for our students, would be sufficient for our learners to perform during this 21st century in this market-oriented ecosystems? Market-oriented ecosystems is demanding for different skills and attitudes, which could not be sufficient just by teaching. So now a question comes to us: should we teach based on our experience, or should we teach how to imagine? So today the education needed for the society or for the organization should be imaginary, because every moment we are getting new problems, and to solve those new problems, we must be imaginative, as our old existing principles may be helpful but not be sufficient to overcome in this market-oriented ecosystems problem. So for that points of view, we are running in Industry 4. We are running in the market of Industry 4, where all the tools like artificial intelligence, data cloud, Internet of Things, big data bank, everything are coming and interacting with our organizational performance. So if we have to consistently give our performance in this respect, the educations which we are having from experience might not be sufficient. The education which we have gained from the teacher side might not be sufficient. So right now, we should view from the eyes of mobile, as earlier speaker was saying, that we have started to view everything from the eyes of mobile. So we have to started to view the things from the eyes of technology also. Maybe only the eyes of teachers through which we have seen the education would not be sufficient. Right now, the people who are working in any field have been surrounded by these things.
Dr.
Everything
Mishra,
is transparent. Yes, please. Everything is transparent. Everywhere you are under observations. So your time efficiency, quick process, everything is highly appreciated. In this respect, the skills which we are having during our traditional time might not be sufficient to make us perform in this digital era as well. Earlier management used to focus on control and alignment, whereas currently we are focusing on agile management, where we focus on speed and customer as a center of any business. In this respect, we need to create, adopt, innovate, and maintain our speed so that we can foster in the competition. For that, we need a lot of disruptions. We need a lot of disruptions and imagination. Maybe if we are just job seeker, it would not be sufficient. We might have to be job hunter. For that points of view, as earlier professor has also said, these 4C, which is the critical things for success in this era, that is collaboration, creative thinking, and communication. In the center of all of these, innovation. So consistently disruptive and incremental innovation is needed among us to sustain in the market. That's why the skill which was needed in 2015 has been drastically changed in 2020, and it will be changed in 2030. So are we ready to adopt the skill which we are going to face in 2013? Like from people management in 20, we are about to move in judgment and decision making, complex problem solving to fluency of ideas, critical thinking to active learning. Maybe learning would be continuous process in 2030 because of the speed of the technology changes. If nothing will change, even if you keep your money in bank, maybe 1 or 2 months, it would not be changed due to some reasons. But if you sleep today and woke up early in the morning, you will find 100 research papers published in your area. That shows the speed of technology change. So we are going to face boundaryless organization and a limitless digital era. So in this respect, how we are going to cultivate ourselves to face the challenges of this duration depends upon our learning ability. So we have to modify our learning ability, making it into a loop. We are in a corporate world where all the times corporate wants us to learn. Whatever we have learned, we can apply the things by removing the learn into earn. And by applying the things for earning, we get the feedback. We feel that our learning is not sufficient at this point. And in this respect, we have again to seek for the feedback. And based on those feedback, we have again reflecting our learning. So learning has become a continuous process or day-to-day process. In this respect, if you think we'll not use this digital learning or digital universities, then maybe the problem, we are not having time at all the times to learn from the books and all. The time you are working, at the moment, if something is difficult, we are opening this YouTube and all, learning and doing. This is the need of the organization. This is the need of the human sustainability. That's why the platform or the way of learning has been changed. And in this respect, this type of conferences, this type of talk also emphasize or collect the experts, at least their background. Then maybe these are the experts of this field. And if I would like to learn, at least I can search them and I can learn from them. So this type of conferences are also creating a lot of efforts in creating this corporate learning, as it is a continuous process. In this respect, corporate learning is moving from push to pull, from classroom to the workplace. Earlier, it used to be decided by the teachers. It used to be decided by the educators what we have to teach our students. Now it's not our responsibility much to decide what we have to teach our students. It's open, boundaryless. Whatever students wants to learn, that we have to teach. Otherwise, we are obsoleted. That's why the judgment has moved. The judgment has been shifted to the students' hands, what they want to learn. Sometimes teachers complain that the students are not sitting in class and not doing this, not doing that. It's obvious the material or the content which you are delivering better than that, if it's available in the net or in the YouTube, why they should sit in our class. So that is creating pressure to teachers. In spite of that, it's also making somehow easier. So it's push to pull. There is a drastic change in the learning system as it has moved from push to pull. Now, whatever the learner wants to learn, that has to be taught at the workplace. Teaching in classroom is not sufficient. That has created a challenge for the teachers and solution as well. Solution in the sense, now we are having a chance to make the students see with our eyes what we are really seeing in the field. So right now we are not having much pressure as earlier we used to have for making the notes and all. Whatever works you are doing on a daily basis, that only you have to go and teach in your area, because related to that only you are doing your consultancy, related to that only you are doing the field work, related to that only you are writing the books or research paper. So everything is from the same field. That's why it has created a specialization and domain has been reduced, which we can cover in our area. So with this only, I wish all the best and grant success to this program. And thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mishra. On dot, perfect on time. You finished. Thank you so much. So your valuable inputs again acknowledged in the form of the certificate of appreciation that is being presented to you in recognition of your guidance to educators in strengthening their essential creative skills. We value your visionary leadership in enriching the educators with the 21st century skills. Kindly accept the certificate of honor presented in recognition of your dedicated efforts for your contribution to education, social welfare, and digital awareness through your innovative practices. Dr. A. Mishra, on behalf of SAIARD, GTEF, and the accept Academic Excellence Award. The award is conferred to you. Congratulations and best Once
Thank you so
again,
much.
congratulations and best wishes, Dr. Mishra. Moving on, we have the next speaker coming up, Dr. Rania Lampo. Dr. Rania is a global educator, a STEM instructor, and an ICT teacher trainer from Greece. She has a postgraduate degree MD in language teaching related to cognitive neurosciences, and she is also a passionate researcher on cognitive neurosciences and neuroeducation. She is also working at the Greek Ministry of Education and at the Directorate of Educational Technology and Innovation, where she writes her STEAM projects for Greek schools. Amazing. Dr. Rania has been awarded many national and international prizes. Mind-blowing. So far, 91 prizes. In addition to the Global Teacher Award 2020, recently she has been selected as Global Icon 2020 and featured in Passion Vista magazine among the top 10 women entrepreneurs featured in Fortune and among the 100 most successful women in business featured in an Amazon book by the name Global Trade Chamber. She promotes STEM vision by introducing STEM in astronomy and physics projects and combines STEM with language teaching. She is also an author of scientific books for kids. Her profile is quite lengthy. I may have to cut short. I'm sorry, Dr. Rania. You have, at such a young age, you have achieved so much. On behalf of the entire forum, I extend a very warm welcome to you. The next 10 minutes for your presentation, 1 minute for introduction, 7 minutes for content delivery, and 2 minutes to wind down. Over to you. A hearty welcome once again, Dr. Rania, and the presentation begins now.
Good afternoon from Greece to all participants. I'm very honored and excited to participate in this enriching summit about digital education. And today we're going to explore the symbiosis between human and machines, the human-machines debate, and how we can guide, harness, and control science and technology developments so that they fulfill their primary purpose, which should be serving humanity and flourishing, human flourishing. So may I share my presentation?
Yes, please. You can share your screen. There's an option at the bottom.
Is it visible now?
Not yet. Yes, now it's visible.
Okay. So exponential technologies often move rapidly from magic to manic and from manic to toxic. It's essential to achieve a balance. The e-sky is literally the limit in terms of what exponential progress might make possible. A magic explosion is just about to happen as technology becomes super powerful and super fast beyond imagination, rendering like a godlike. Intelligent digital assistants will soon become super intelligent, omnipresent, invisible, and embedded into absolutely everything, including ourselves. Technological shifts are rewiring society and transforming the landscape. I believe the common clash between man and machine will be intensified and exponentialized. Mega shifts, we're talking about digitization, mobilization, screenification, transformation, intelligization, automation, virtualization, and robotization. And all these represent a huge evolutionary step for society, one that may be seen gradual at first, but then has a very sudden impact. Imagine a society where technology, particularly artificial intelligence, provides the meta solutions to any of the society's perceived great challenges, from diseases, aging and death, to climate change, global warming, even terrorism. Imagine a machine intelligence that could easily compute more information than could ever hope to comprehend, a machine that could literally read the entire world data in real time, all the time, anywhere. So this machine would become a kind of global brain, a powerful brain beyond human understanding. Is that where companies like Google and DeepMind want to take us? And if so, how could we possibly retain our human qualities in that scenario? So we can formulate these critical questions. Will this technology inadvertently or by design diminish humanity? Will it seek to replace important human interactions that should not be intermediated by technology? Will it automate something uniquely human that really should not be automated? Does this technology liberate us from unnecessary and unnecessary burdens, or it tends us to skip what is necessarily human? Will this technology further true human happiness? Will it lead to make us more content with what we have, allow us to have more eudaimonia and make a more connected contribution? Will this technology enable us to transcend, go beyond ourselves, or will it make us dependent on it? For example, what will happen to our collective intelligence, the human dialogues through which we currently educate, we debate, we discuss, design our societies and democracies? What if these tools are not publicly controlled, supervised, or regulated? So despite the giant leaps of contemporary technology that have transformed human life and society, there are grounds for concerns that technology does not always bring progress. If ethical issues arising from technological developments are ignored, there is a great probability that society may regress to a state of imbalance, a state that is not conducive to progress. To postpone innovation, of course, is not wise, but neither it's advisable to ignore the risks involved. Technology without the predominant role of the human factor can become a nightmare. The situation can lead to a dictatorship with no escape. Therefore, humans should defend their position in the role creation, and technology is only a tool. Let's not forget this should remain so. Human well-being and ethical concerns should remain priorities and are not to be taken over by machine thinking. And so can technology manufacture happiness? How can we protect the deeper forms of happiness that involve empathy, compassion, consciousness? Exponential technologies such as artificial intelligence will undoubtedly attempt to create the conditions in which human happiness or even well-being can be furthered. Some will also actively seek to manufacture it for us, or at least a digital approximation of it. Increasingly, we are seeing arguments that happiness can be programmed or otherwise organized or orchestrated by super smart technology. And the key argument of these techno-progressive thinkers is that being happy is just a result of the right kinds of neurons firing at the right time in the right order. However, the reason for this is that biology for them, it's the argument that biology, chemistry, physics can be understood, learned, and copied completely by computers. On the other hand, humans seem happiest when they have pleasure, engagement, meaning, accomplishments. So technology, actually don't believe that technology will be of material help in further real relationships or in establishing sense of purpose or meaning. In fact, quite the opposite may be true, as technology can often be corrosive to relationships. And also happiness cannot be acquired or purchased, and therefore would be impossible to stuff into an app, a bot, or some other machine. Supporting evidence suggests that experiences have a much longer impact on overall happiness than possessions. Experiences are personal, contextual, timely, and embodied. Experiences are based on those unique qualities that make us human. However, the key difference is that machines will never have a sense of being. They cannot be compassionate. They can only even hope to simulate it well. Can technology grasp what really matters? For example, you can have an artificial intelligence machine. Would it actually read, understand, or appreciate those interactions between humans that are not expressed as data? And the human being, despite all these technologies, the human way of being and of experiencing things seems dramatically different from how technologies capture those very same moments that matter us. Even the best photographs, videos, or data trace are just mere approximations of what it was like to have actually been there. It is the context, the embodiment, the completeness of that unique moment that somehow resides in it. And what about digital obesity? Digital obesity is a mental technological condition in which data, information, media, and general digital connectedness have been accumulated to such an extent that they are certain to have a negative effect on health, well-being, happiness, and life in general. So we have a tsunami of data that is coming, and as the amount of data, information, media available grows exponentially, so a huge digital obesity challenge is now looming large. We need to take it seriously and tackle it because the digital strain will be even more crippling than physical obesity. And there is already too much communication information in our lives. The e-Google universe is so hyper efficient, so convenient, so addictive that it's threatening to become utterly fattening for our brains, eyes, hearts, and souls. I believe that we urgently need precise, liquid public policies, new social contracts, global digital health standards, localized, responsive regulations, and deep responsibility involvement for marketers and advertisers. Technology providers need to support a balanced global manifesto of digital rights or digital health, consider proactive self-restraint, and switch to more holistic models that really does put people first. Hyperconnectivity, above all, is certainly not going to be our final destination, just like hyperefficiency cannot be the sole purpose. And in the very near future, it will no longer be about whether technology can do something, but whether it should do something and why. So imagine what degree of separation, personal connotation, and personal general application we now might encounter with our free and hyper-intelligent assistants. They will know who we are. They know every of our communication, every movement. They know literally everything about our areas of interest and attentions. They will be able to speak to millions of assistants that will be able to communicate in many languages. So computers may be much better than humans at tasks that can be organized into a set of rules, but there are many things that computers are not very good at and should be left to humans. The tasks can be better addressed by humans, fall into three categories. Problems that require creativity, situations where communication, social interaction are needed, and non-routine manual tasks. So in the past 10 decades, jobs required a routine manual or routine cognitive tasks have declined, and in contrast, jobs that require creativity, communication, non-routine manual work have grown. So despite the above, I want to say an example. IBM scientists managed to teach creativity to a computer that produces food recipes. They started the process by feeding the computer with well-known established combinations. Today, computers are generating pictures, poems, even novels. The debate is whether the works produced by the computers have any artistic value, but even if they are not pleasant to the human senses, there's no question that computers are becoming creative and highly popular. However, human creativity is not only about successful combinations. High-value creations cannot be lacking the essence of humanity. Otherwise, we're left only with pleasant humans computer-generated music, pictures, and texts. At the same time, brain-computer interfaces are being used to controlling planes and ships, so interaction with machines is reaching a totally different level. Human jobs are becoming rare, but more valuable at the same time, because it has been proven that pairing humans with machines is more efficient than machines without humans. And as far as everyday problem solving is concerned, the human factor is irreplaceable because interacting with reality is a human endeavor. And very important, digital ethics is even more important than technology itself, because examining the innovational results of advanced technology can prevent serious problems in the future. Technological industry bases its decision profitability and efficiency, and this has to stop. Face-to-face is still a more effective way to interact, but if an online meeting is necessary, it's not the only choice. Groups with a high what we call reading the mind in the eye scores will produce the best results. This is a test of mental state recognition where participants are required to match the mental state of a person, showing a photograph of their eye regions with one or four mental state words. What about education?
Dr. Rania, sorry to interrupt, you may have to wind up.
Yes. Exponential technology in education, we have virtual reality, flickers, iPads, Internet of Things, Internet of wearable technologies for many pedagogical applications. And also, what would be our prediction will become extremely powerful, will be constantly manipulated. And technology is morally neutral. see here, until we applied. And what would their suggestions? We need to become much better at understanding exponentiality, what it means for the future, that we need a careful balance of magic and money use of technology. We must learn how to use technology holistically. We must become much better stewards of humanity. Technology, humanity must be both on the school curriculum, and we need a clear distinction between what is real and what is a copy or simulation. The difference between technology slavery is that slaves are fully aware that they are not free. And we have 5 core human rights: the right to remain natural, the right to be less efficient than machines, the right to disconnect from the network, the right to be anonymous, and the right to employ or involve machines. By concluding, I want to say that machines will be extremely good, fast, cheap, or simulated or duplicating human traits, but they will never actually be human. The real challenge for us will be to resist the temptation to accept the simulation as good enough and allow them to replace uniquely human interactions. It would be foolish and dangerous to move to forsake a truly human eudaimonic experience, a hedonistic experience for the available and quick hit hedonic pleasures provided by machines. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for completing. Though it was a very lengthy presentation, you have included a lot of points and very beautifully it was articulated. In fact, the word STEM itself is so exciting in this age of artificial intelligence and machine learning. We all understand how important the STEM education is. Thank you, Dr. Anya, and in recognition of your guidance to
Thank you.
in strengthening their essential creative skills, kindly accept this certificate of appreciation. We value your visionary leadership in enriching the educators with the 21st century skills. Also coming up is the certificate of honor presented in recognition of your dedicated efforts for your contribution to education, social welfare, and digital awareness through innovative practices. You're doing a wonderful job through your STEM education. Carry on, God bless you. And on behalf of SAIARD, GTEF, and GOT Australia, who conferred the Academic Excellence Award. Hearty congratulations.
Congratulations, Rania. Very well done, very well performed. This is Dr. Toshin Dwivedi. Namaskar.
That's beautiful.
Thank you very
much. Congratulations and best wishes. Okay, we have a very important dignitary amongst us today. The guest of honor. So we have Dr. Mahadev Jaiswal. Sir Jaiswal sir is a director, IIM Sambalpur, Government of India. And prior to this, he was also a professor in information systems and dean research at MDI Gurgaon. His qualifications include PG PX from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, USA. He has a PhD in computer science from Delhi University and senior Fulbright fellow at Carnegie Mellon University, USA. Recently, he has been conferred an honorary degree of Doctor of Science by Sangam University. Congratulations, Dr. Jaiswal. He was a cadet of NCC and a C certificate holder from his 3 MP signal unit in the year 1981, and he was one of the best shooter in NCC. Sir has been the visiting professor at IIM Ahmedabad, University of California, USA, and Rotterdam School of Management, NL. His area of expertise includes innovation strategy for startups, digital innovation and platform ecosystems, social entrepreneurship, e-government, ERP, and IT strategy. He has, to his credit, the publishing of more than 100 research papers and cases in international journals. He is also the author of 7 books in information systems and digital strategy. He has also pioneered in introducing the flipped classroom as a learning pedagogy in India. This is a wonderful effort in this regard when we are talking about online teaching learning mechanisms. Dr. Jaiswal has already pioneered in introducing this flipped learning. So on behalf of the entire forum, SAIARD, GTEF, and Global Opportunities Commercialization Australia chapter, we welcome Dr. Mahadev Jaiswal. Kindly, sir, accept this virtual bouquet. A hearty welcome to you once again, sir. It's our honor and privilege to have you on this forum. I request you to share your views.
Thank you, Minaji, and very good evening to everyone present here. It is my honor to be part of this important program where we can see scholars and professors and dignitaries from many parts of the world speaking here. It's really a great forum. Congratulations to SAIARD and the entire organizers of this event. You've done a great job. And I have listened to some of the speakers. Very, very creative ideas are emerging from all of them from different parts of the world. So it's really honor. What I'm going to speak is about, how the world is changing and how education is going to reshape. Of course, everyone has talked about, but my perspective and my experience in this field during last couple of years, and particularly more importantly, last 1.5 years, and we can see how things are changing. So first of all, let's see how world is going to reshape in next 10 to 20 years. I feel the world will move around 3D. The first D is digitalizations. Whether we're talking about corporate, whether we're talking about government, and now we're talking about educations, everyone is moving on digitalization. So digital technology is going to be the one major change agent, and that is where the whole world is moving. The second D is about decarbonizations. We'll have to move to reduce the carbon footprints. More and more digitalizations and more carbon might come because it depends on the consumption of electricity. But same time, we'll have to discover, we have already discovered, we'll have to move on and see that how we reduce the carbon footprint and move into renewable energies. So that is the second D, which is going to drive the entire world. And third D is about democratizations of everything. We will be moving more decentralized and democratized, including education, business, and government in all dimensions. So these are the 3D which are actually going to reshape the whole world. And the new world will be much better, more clean, and much more efficient, and much more social. That is how we can visualize the whole coming world. I will now be talking about the first D only because the theme of this program is about digitalizations, and therefore I will confine to the first D, and maybe sometimes we can talk about the other two Ds. Okay. So let me just talk about the 1980s, starting from the 1980s when I entered into the professional field in terms of doing my educations. That time we could see that corporate world, whole world was moving towards digitalization, like enterprise resource planning systems. SAP came in a big way in the corporate world, and there was a havoc in the corporate world that was forcing organizations to change the business process, role and responsibility, and the way they work was more based on technology. In India, it came in 1990, 1980s, the Europe and US started adopting digital technology in the business. And India, it came in 1990. And then for next 20 years, people were struggling. And I happened to be working on that as a consultant. So I could see that how many corporates world was actually struggling because it was forcing them to change the way. So when you go for digitalizations, you cannot just adopt technology without change. So you need to change the way you do your business. You need to change the role. You need to change the mindset, many things. And therefore, that is very, very important. Then around 2000, the entire government system started changing with e-governance systems coming into play. And what changes it brought? It brought more citizen empowerment and better transparency because more and more digital system coming to government, more and more roles were actually taken away from the government officials. And who were the resistance of this? Most of the government officials were resisting. And who were the most resistance in the corporate digitalizations? Most of the corporate employees, they were not willing to adopt because there was change in the role. They were losing their power. There were a lot of transparency was coming. People were not very comfortable. But the world competitions changed. Same thing happened in the e-governance systems where bureaucrats were not willing to adopt because this was bringing transparency. But since the power of citizenry, that is empowering citizens, was the force behind it, they had to adopt. And more maturity came in the political systems. So that is after 20 years, 1980 and then 2000. And now after 20 years of the government adoptions, we are talking about digitalization in educations. That is 2020. And it is not because education is wanted. It is because COVID forced them to adopt, and and they had no option. But unfortunately, the way they have adopted is very, very poor. This is not the way the digital education, digitalization in education should be adopted. The way government changed the roles and responsibility of the bureaucrats, the roles and responsibility of teacher has to also undergo major reform here. Okay? Because now we are moving away from teaching to learning. And somebody was talking about, push to pull, because we are not going to push education. It is going to be pulled by the scholars and learners. So that is how the change is happening, and the change which within education systems is can be defined into broadly 3M. Three new M are going to be the major pillars of the change in education. What are these 3M? The first M is mode of educations. The mode of education is neither going to be physical or not going to be digital. It is going to be blended. So even after the COVID is over, you're not going to go back to the physical educations. It will remain blended. And mode is therefore blended. You have to find out what portions should be the best, can be done by the digital, and what portion can be done best by the physical. Same way what business change, same way education is also going to change the mode. Because whatever is best can be done. Most of the transactional subjects can be taught best by the YouTube and robotics. Why should teachers spend time on that? So whatever is most efficient computer can do, I think teachers should not do. And whatever computer can do, teacher definitely should not do. The second M, which is going to define the educations in the digital world, is new method. Now the question is, what is the new method of educations? The new method of educations is actually go back to a scientist, a educational scientist called Benjamin Bloom, who gave the concept called Bloom taxonomy that has 6 layers. The bottom layer is called information. When you just learn the information, facts and figure, and that is what in most of the education system we teach. Please find out what is the definition of various concepts. And in examinations, we ask those things to reproduce from the book. And that is called information. Second layer is called understanding. So you understand that information, and you can say, you can talk about that. Most of the education systems, at least worldwide, we are teaching mostly information and understanding. That's what the examinations were also there. The third layer Bloom taxonomy talks about is called applications. Now, application, I was asking some of the MBA graduates from the IIMs. I said, after completing your MBA in finance, can you generate the balance sheet of a medium-sized company? And answer was no, you can't apply. Even after doing 2 years of MBA in finance. It means we are not able to reach up to the application layer. The next was analyzing, and fifth was evaluating, and the top of the pyramid is called creation. So traditional education systems in the method was, since it was more based on information and understanding, and we used to teach the concept in the class, and the projects are given to the students outside the class. And we do not know how do they do the project, because there's no engagement with the teachers and students in doing the project. They come and present the project or generate the reports. Sometimes parents in the school do the project, and most of the students in the higher education, they take help of Google and all those technologies where the informations are already available, and they generate project reports. The method which we are talking about is called flipped classroom, is just reversing this entire concept, that whatever basic concept of information and understanding was taught inside the class should be learned by the student themselves using digital technology at home. And what was done at home earlier is a project that should come inside the class and create the new ideas which doesn't exist in the book. And that's called creation. So in flipped classroom, that is the pressure, that is the method which we have started experimenting in some of the IIMs, and IIM Sambalpur is one of the first to introduce. It's mandatory for all the teachers here that you have to use this flipped classroom. Now there's a huge struggle, because in order to get the project, which is unsolved problem from industry, we have to bring a project. Fortunately, in a digital age, it is easy to connect the way we have connected here, whole world. It is easy to connect a project from industry. An industry person comes, he spend about 30 minutes in the class, explain his problem, the pain problems, and then professors and teachers and students will have to find out what way this has to be solved. I think many new learnings, new creations, that is called research, is going to happen in the class. Earlier days, pre-COVID days, pre-flipped classroom days, research used to happen outside the class, either in the library or laboratories. I think we have to integrate research, teaching, learning inside the class, because the best talent are available in terms of students and faculty members together, and that is where we should discover new knowledge. Discovery should not be left in the library. It should not be done in the library and laboratories. It should be done inside the classroom. And that is where the talent has to be used. And that's the power of flipped classroom. And that is how the teaching becomes much more creative and interesting, that people are talking about creativity and those things. Unless you discover and solve problems, unless you create new ideas, what is the idea about an intellectual after PhD coming to the class and teaching the same thing, which computer can do much better and more efficient way? This kind of creations computer cannot do, YouTube cannot do, because it doesn't exist in the internet. So instead of using the content from the Google, let's start creating content for the Google inside the class. That's the power of new method called flipped classroom. So that is about the second M. The third M, what we are talking about, is a model of education. So first was about mode, second was about method, and third is about model of education. So the traditional model of education is called traditional classroom model, is shifting to digital platform based model. Now education is shifting to platform. Learning management systems, Zoom, all these are part of platforms. So whatever we create in the class, whatever we discuss in the class is digitally available on the spot. So even if you miss the class, you can again go back and play the entire class, and you can learn anytime, anywhere from any devices. So any devices you can use, whether you can use mobile, you can use computer, you can use TV, and then you can replay the entire concept which you learn inside the class. So that is how the entire, and that is how integration is happening through digital platforms. Because earlier days, our traditional days, the education was happening in one university, but confined to that university. Now using learning management system, a global digital blockchain-based platforms are going to emerge in coming years, which will integrate the course curriculum learning across universities, and flexibility and innovations will become integral part. And that will create the new world. You will see suddenly, you may be coming from a small town in a remote country, a remote part of the world, but still you'll be one of the best talent, because you have the eager to create. And if you learn how to create knowledge, sitting at a remote village in the Indian or any other countries, you will be able to access the best professor of the world from MIT, Harvard, or anywhere. And if you have a talent, they will be happy to collaborate with you. So that is the openness and innovation which is going to emerge. That's what I'm saying. The future of education is going to be very, very powerful and very, very innovative. So these three M's are going to redefine the entire education's incoming way. And this is the way I think we have to adopt the digitalizations. We should not adopt digitalization just for communications of what we used to do in the traditional classroom, in terms of just communicating the content which is already available anywhere. In better way, they can communicate. They can go to the books, they can go to YouTube and find it out. Why we need to have class? So this class of digital educations or digital technology based educations without change of 3M has no meaning. It is basically not going to be very effective. It is not going to be very, meaningful. That's how people are struggling right now and waiting the old normal to come back, which is not going to come back. Even COVID is over, I think we'll have to move on and change the entire education, because it is going to be much more powerful and going to be much more effective in terms of creating the new world, because discovery suddenly will happen exponentially much faster inside the class when whole world start doing this kind of experimentation. So this is the ideas which I thought I must communicate to the entire community here, because you all learning community here. I'm sure you can do many experiments. We must be doing many experiments, but this is one of the ways and one of the thought which I thought must be communicated. Thank you very much again for inviting me, and wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir. It was in fact a mind-blowing talk, and I think you have, in brief, your talk has been to put it in brief, I think it's like the icing on the cake. You have literally touched upon the basics and given it in such a beautiful nutshell.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jaiswal sir. So kindly accept the certificate of appreciation presented to you in recognition of your guidance to educators in strengthening their essential creative skills. We value your visionary leadership in enriching the educators with the 21st century skills. Coming up is the certificate of honor presented in recognition of your dedicated efforts for your contribution to education, social welfare, and digital awareness through innovative practices. We are so proud of you, Dr. Jaiswal sir. Kindly accept this Academic Leadership Award on behalf of SAIARD, PM, and UOC. Many congratulations.
Congratulations, Jaiswal sir. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hearty congratulations and thank you so much for gracing this occasion, sir. We are really honored.
My pleasure.
Thank you. So moving on, dear friends, we have the next speaker coming up, Dr. D.A. Peppa. Dr. Dame Aspasia Peppa, with a DBA, MEd in BBA and Diploma in PR. She's an educationist, career and academic counselor, an adolescent, young adult and parent coach, mentor. She is a consultant for the European Union, International Legal and Operations Secretariat at the Academy of Universal Global Peace, AUGP. She has been the International Director, Vice Chancellor at Young Scientists University, USA, YSU. She is also a Senior Consultant, Deputy Head of Faculty of Cosmetology, Beauty Therapy and Holistic Therapies, AUGP, UN, the University for Global Peace, USA. She is the visiting professor, also the course supervisor, Department of Childhood Education, UNUGP. She is a regular member of HCCMA, which stands for Hellenic Association of Counseling, Coaching and Mentoring. A warm welcome, Dr. Peppa. The stage is all yours. Kindly grace the occasion. I request you to keep yourself to the time. 1 minute for introduction, 7 minutes for content deliberation, and 2 minutes to conclude. So the next 10 minutes you can go on. Welcome once again, Dr. Peppa. It's all to you.
Thank you so much. I'm really honored to be here among so many wonderful personalities to contribute a little bit to this really special matter today, subject matter, the digital education. Thank you very much also for your being so kind to invite me. I thank SAIARD and the organizations associated with this. So my question, I've been wondering, because I'm on summer holidays and I have to contribute a little bit also to this subject matter. I've been wondering these days, what topic should I contribute to? And I thought to myself, actually, is it time to invest in digitalization and the value of digital learning? And I have so many colleagues here collaborating and abroad, and it's a vital matter. Students are changing, and it's essential that the education sector keeps pace with this digital education, the revolution which is unfolding. COVID-19 has created an extraordinary opportunity to accelerate digitalization and create a new learning environment that is much better fit for today's student. So I believe investing in the digital education revolution today is an important priority for all education providers. So digital transformation is shaking up every industry, I think, and education, of course, is no exception. Though perhaps our motivations are different. This is not about cost saving or efficiencies. This is about meeting the expectations and the new learning needs of today's students. They are the primary driver that makes digital education and digital transformation essential for education providers. So as educators, academians, entrepreneurs, we know that the classroom experience works best when it reflects students' normal social interactions. And I hope you agree. If formal life is built on digital interaction, students are likely to respond well to this setting for learning. And this delivers higher student engagement, but also greater understanding of complex ideas if they are framed in familiar ways. So the best of the old education world combined with the best of the new world is a powerful pairing, and I hope you agree. The focus on pedagogical needs and learning outcomes must remain the #1 priority for any education transformation project, because I believe it is so important for traditional education providers to lead the digital transformation of our industry. So the key principles of teaching and learning that are so important for successful outcomes reside in us. So distant learning is not actually digital education. Let's be under no illusion, because digital transformation is not easy. Organizations must not be misled into thinking digital education can be achieved through small changes and tinkering with new tools in online environments. I greatly believe whatever we change must enhance quality. So I firmly believe digital and real-world learning are complementary, and this is where balance is essential. We must take care of all these. So digital education is not about replacing everything in the shift online, but using digital environments to enhance and complement learning. Another question that came to my mind is digital education is a high value investment, right? With high value returns. So investing in the digital education is invaluable if done correctly. So from Kodak to Blockbuster, if you remember, or from Nokia to Thomas Cook, there is no shortage of warning examples of how easily organizations can fall from leadership position if they fail to acknowledge and respond to a changing world. So as our digital initiatives scale, we expect the benefits to extend further to reap greater operational efficiencies, which should in turn bring financial savings. So investing in digital education is an essential move for the industry, not for the financial gains, but for the education gains it brings. I also thought that online learning at higher education institutions should be deliberately structured to promote the skills needed in the world of work. So key to success in the workplace is the ability to consider problems and scenarios and select the appropriate knowledge needed to resolve the issue. So I think, and I believe actually, it is vital that graduates in the workplace know how to and are able to access knowledge they do not already possess. This means what it means. It means they need to know how to find sources and then to evaluate the relevance of those sources for the situation that needs resolving, rather than having all the answers memorized. The workplace of today demands problem solvers and critical thinkers who are able to deal with ever-shifting challenges that the workplace geared learning model is not only effective in terms of the learning itself, but also in rendering workplace skills second nature, so that the mechanics of resolving a task does not take focus away from the actual task that needs resolving. This Also, approach provides opportunities to collaboratively solve problems, participate in discussions, and to reflect on a student's learning. Students are first. We should never forget that. I'm also emphasizing also to maintain its heritage as a pioneer, innovator, and a leader in education. And our digital transformation project, each one has, is helping us to deliver motivated, curious, and entrepreneurial students who go on to thrive in successful careers. This is the emphasis, and we should never forget that. By sharing our experiences and working with education institutions around the world, we hope to help the whole education sector grasp the opportunity of digital education for the benefit of students everywhere, having positive impact to society, of course. I repeat, whatever we change must enhance quality. Socrates, my great Greek ancestor, once said, education is a flame, not the filling of a vessel. So let us never forget to envision the implementation of modern pedagogical ideas which evolve the consciousness of man through education, and as a result in digital education, in order to liberate the creative genius in young people and to establish the harmony between their material, emotional, and spiritual level. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pepper. It was a wonderful, a beautiful short speech where you have brought such practical ideas and thoughts, so practical and feasible that it talks about the need of the hour and how do we go about it. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. Kindly accept the certificate of appreciation presented to you in recognition of your guidance to educators in strengthening their essential creative skills. We value your visionary leadership in enriching the educators with the 21st century skills. Dr. Pepper, a certificate of honor is presented in recognition of your dedicated efforts for your contribution to education, social welfare, and digital awareness through innovative practices. Kindly accept this certificate of honor. May I request our technical...
Congratulations, Dr.
Congratulations.
Peppa. Hearty congratulations, Dr. Peppa. Best wishes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, congrats and well done. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion and sharing your views, Dr. Peppa. God bless. Okay, so moving on, we have the next speaker, Mr. R. Vivekanand Tarasa. Yes. So Mr. Vivekanand Tarasa is from Sri Lanka with a B.Ed, HND, Diploma in Technology, CTHE, MSc Education Management Reading, and MPhil PhD Reading. So with all these qualifications, Dr. Vivekanand Tarasa is here amongst us to share his views. A hearty welcome to you, Dr. Vivekanand Tarasa. He has had to his credit a certificate course in office management and in Eastern University. He has he has conducted a lot of courses and 5-day workshops. Regarding his present work, he's a lecturer in Faculty of Education, the Open University of Sri Lanka since 2016. Worked in various capacities as English instructor, a visiting lecturer, a full-time lecturer. He has also headed the position of Deputy Director in Social Economic Development Organization, SEDO. Mr. Vivekanand Tarasa has been, he was appointed as a course writer in Department of Early Childhood Care and Education related to the primary education, Nigeria. He is also appointed as a country president of Sri Lanka Council of Eudoxia Eudoxia Research Center, India, and he was appointed as a resource person for higher education for Global Leaders Foundation, GLF, from Sri Lanka. Dear technical team, can we have the photograph of Mr. Vivekananda Rasa, please? Yes. So he has also attended a lot of international conferences and workshops, delivered lectures. He has authored many topics. He has participated as a guest lecturer and also a resource person in many programs and summits. Also as a keynoter in 3 days international virtual conference. He was invited as a guest speaker to deliver a lecture in sustainable development goals. The list is endless. As an international conference panelist, he has contributed the best from his end. He is also invited as one of the judges for the competition paper presentations in the 4th International Research Forum in Education Sciences in Philippines. Over to Mr. Vivekananda Rasa.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. A hearty welcome once again. Over to you. The next 10 minutes, you can share your views.
Yes, thank you, madam. First of all, I would like to thank SAIARD for inviting me on this great occasion. With that, all knowledge partners and all the participants, eminent speakers and hostess and everyone, I would like to thank. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, all of you. So with the time limit, I just want to go to my PowerPoint. Can you see my presentation, ma'am?
Yes, yes. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, right. With the grateful thanks, I like to present today the few things considering the time constraint that on the topic. Before that, I have to do a slide. I can make it. Okay. On the topic strengthening online learning in the new normal. So I don't repeat about me already, ma'am explained everything clearly. So my presentation will go on the outlines, understanding online learning and challenges in online learning and strategies to strengthen online learning. With that, the role of different stakeholders in online learning. And finally, the artificial intelligence in online learning. Right, with the outlines, the impact of COVID-19 on education. Really, the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the global learning crisis with 1.6 billion learners losing access to learn, according to UNESCO 2020. It's a major issue in education all over the world, not only my country, even all over the world, more than 200 countries facing so many problems due to this pandemic. In low middle income countries, and many learners do not acquire fundamental skills in literacy, numeracy, and emotional learning despite regularly not attending school. This is very important. Their lack of literacy. So due to this pandemic, because they are unable to attend to the schools as regular. So that's why it is a problem in this pandemic. With that, the Save the Children estimate that as many as 9.7 million learners will never return to school due to COVID-19. So according to Vijay Haber et al. 2020, this will happen in future according to their talk, their advice. So nearly 9.7 million learners across the world. That's a point here. In the year after, that in the year after the Ebola crisis, so that was in African countries suffered a lot due to this Ebola crisis. 27% of Liberian secondary school students did not return to formal education. Like that, this COVID-19 pandemic also will create some problems uh, among students and among learners, among all of us in future. That's a very clear point here I have to highlight. In the new normal, the silver lining for education is none other than online learning. So we are all sticking on online learning. So though we are sticking on online learning, there are challenges. We are facing so many challenges. With eradicating all the challenges, we have to overcome the challenges, and we have to go forward to succeed in our future for the betterment of our future. Right? You know that pandemic is not a stumbling block for education. You know that history says Sir Isaac Newton discovered gravity while he was in quarantine in 17th century. That's a story. So like that, we are also have now, we are also in pandemic and even work from home, lockdown, quarantine, and facing so many problems, but we can improve our education with the help of technology. We can think even at the time Sir Isaac Newton had the capability for technologies to improve his knowledge and the things. So that's amazing. So like Sir Isaac Newton, we have to also improve our knowledge with the use of technology, right? Understanding online learning, you know, online learning is a form of distance learning, which is not restricted by time or location. In online learning, instruction and content are derived primarily via internet. So we should know there are three types of online learning. First one, supplemental online learning. The second one, blended online learning. Then the third one, online plus or fully online. Supplemented online learning means that is combined with the regular face-to-face school activities. Students, if they want, they can continue the online activity, online learning processes. Otherwise, they can go for a face-to-face physical learning activities. Other than that, the blended learning, really it's very important now that the whole world is expecting to implement the blended learning system, because it combines both face-to-face system and the online system. That's very important. So what is going to happen in future, we are going to be a blended learners. So we are going to have the access for blended learning. But apart from that, the online plus or fully online learning is completely depending on online. So now, for example, in this pandemic, we are doing everything in online. So that may be the online plus or fully online. So there are three types of online learning. So you know, when we have online learning, so when we take up online learning, teaching and learning activities, we have to consider about these two types, synchronous and asynchronous. So there are some learners are like to learn the synchronous way, and some of them are like to asynchronous way. So with that, these two types of ways of online learning, so we have to select a proper one, and the students also are able to select the proper one. Yes, when we have that online learning system, definitely, so we are not only sticking on the technological things, we have to concern about the content knowledge and pedagogical knowledge. That's why this TPEC model, you know, technological pedagogical content knowledge model, was created based on the teaching and learning. Maybe it is in physical class and the teaching learning process, but not only physical teaching learning process, it may come under online learning also. So how the three contents, technological knowledge and pedagogical knowledge and content knowledge will combine together? What are the relationship? These three knowledge portals. So that's the thing. So we have to, as learners, as educators, as teachers, we have to concern about these three types of knowledge portals. Right. My main point is the online learning. There are some potentials. With that, we have to face some risk also. You know, you can identify, you can read one by one the potentials. So mobile learning and collaboration, use of digital media and availability of multimedia and sources. These are the potential, not only these, but we have some more. With the risk, you think there are so many risks, so many challenges. That's my main topic. Limited social interaction, unique access to internet, limited development, like that, like this. There are so many challenges, so many risks in online teaching learning process. Yeah, with that, According to UNICEF 22, at least 463 million students around the world have no access to digital or broadcast lessons. This is the main thing. 463 million learners. So what is happening? So we are talking about online learning, digitalization and everything, but 463 millions, ample number of students, they do not have access. What is happening even in African countries, in even Asian countries? But if we take Europe countries, there are no problems. They have everything very limited way, and they do not face any problem in this online learning portal. But as Asian country people and African countries in some other part of the country, they are facing so many problems with a lack of access in an online platform. That's why UNICEF estimated that 463 million students are enabled. So with that, how to overcome the challenges in online learning? So it's really upon us as teachers, as learners, as parents, as administrators, as the government. We have to take good decision and good initiatives. I can say initiatives to implement the online learning and teaching system. So as teachers, we can think teachers have to develop their knowledge. Teachers have to good access, and like that, learners also have to develop their knowledge and access. Like parents, they play very big role in online teaching and learning process. Parents, because students are learning being at home, parents have to take a very keen care on them, what they are doing. Even though without focusing on the online teaching learning activities, students can convert their minds to any other side. That's why the parents role is very important in this type of online learning and teaching. I can say, yeah, even administrators, even when we think about the coverage and the connectivity, even the connectivity problems, the administrators can control it as a whole.
Sorry
Overall,
to interrupt. Sorry
yes,
to interrupt.
yes, ma'am. Okay. As a whole, the government should take a proper decision, and for succeed all these challenges, the artificial intelligence is the one of the way to. Uh, Already all speakers mentioned that artificial intelligence. So this is one of the way to overcome the challenges of online learning. Artificial intelligence will lead to a proper and clear online education. So with that, my takeaway message is, we all know that 2030 sustainable development goal, this is the whole number 4 is quality education. So quality, if we want to improve the quality education, so we have to develop the online system, the online education, because we do not know when the pandemic will come to an end. So that for the quality education goal, so definitely as learners and teachers and educators, we have to improve, and we have to establish and proper system for this online teaching and learning. So with that, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Again, I thank all of you, and even especially to SAIARD and all the knowledge partners. So thank you very much. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Vivekananda sir. That was beautiful. In fact, your presentation very aptly reflected your understanding, your research, and your concern that you have in the field of education. It was a nice presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam.
So in recognition of your efforts, kindly accept the certificate of appreciation, which comes your way for your guidance to educators in strengthening their essential creative skills. We do honor and value your visionary leadership in enriching educators with the 21st century skills. May I request the technical team to share? Yes. Thank you so much. So here comes the certificate of appreciation.
Thank you.
Yes. And this is followed by the certificate of honor presented in recognition of your dedicated efforts for your contribution to education, social welfare, and digital awareness through innovative practices. Dr. Vivekananda, kindly accept this Academic Excellence Award on behalf of SAIARD, DTEF, and Australia. Hearty congratulations and best wishes. Thanks for coming and sharing your inputs and your wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. Our next speaker, the last speaker of the day, is Dr. H.F. Mahdi. Dr. Hussein Mahdi received his PhD from University of Kebangsaan, Malaysia, and Master of Science from University of Technology, Baghdad, Iraq. He is IEEE Region 10 Young Professional Committee Southeast Asia Coordinator, and at present IEEE PES Day 2019 Global Chair. And under IEEE, he won the Student Leadership Award 2014 and 2015 from UKM. IEEE Malaysia Student Leadership Award 2015, Best Social Activity Award. Then IEEE Malaysia Section Outstanding Student Volunteer Award, and also Daryl Chong Award, winner under the silver category for his project entitled Asian School on Renewable Energy. And he's also been the winner in the bronze category for project entitled Flood Relief Missions. IEEE MGA Young Professional Achievement Award 2017 and 2018 also goes to his credit. 2018 Young Professionals Hall of Fame Award for IEEE PES Young Professionals Committee. I think this person is full of awards and achievements. So we have honor in extending this speaker for the day, Professor H.F. Mahdi. Are you there?
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation.
Welcome, and over to you. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm really honored to listen for amazing speaker. Very, have a wide experience and nice presentation. I think need to share my slide because there is no time. Okay. Okay. Improving the quality of education through international collaboration. This is the title of my speech. My name is Dr. Hussein Mahdi, Department of Computer Engineering, College of Engineering, University of Diyala. I am also Diyala Governor Advisor for Humanitarian Project, and also I am the person in charge about all young professional engineering in IEEE, Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, for scientific activities. And also in the same time, I'm the person in charge about enhancing the skills, professional skills of students in Region 10, Asia and Asia Pacific. Why we need, by the way, my presentation will contain two parts. The first part, I will talk about sharing the information and also the knowledge, and make scientific collaboration between the researcher and the student. The second thing will be focusing about the most trend technology in nowadays, especially during COVID-19 pandemic. Why we need the international collaboration? For always we talk about enhancing the education. It's coming from sharing the experience and information between us, and also over, not just inside the university, the same university, and also not inside the same country, but we go border. The reason for the international collaboration, the foster international collaboration with reputed university, institute, and by joining research project, faculty and student exchange, all of this project. Developing and strengthening collaboration agreement between the universities and foreign university, research organization, industry, and government agency will enhance our skills and show us the other people experience. Share international best practice to foster high impact research, and also promoting our research result to provide high quality international education experience for both student and researcher, academia, by the way. Practicing in international projects and including research from low income country in relevant project. Type of international collaboration, I divided the international collaboration for three kinds: researcher, student, and the project. And for each one have some advantage. like international cooperation for research, access for knowledge, sharing experience, high global profile, and also high quality research, new ideas, creating professional network. And this is the most important issues in international cooperation. Like what our speaker, Prof. Cardoso mentioned, we live in the same world. Any event, bad or good, will affect in all the world. Like example, disease, global warming, climate change, affect in all the world. In the same time, in the other hand, the good issues like the vaccine, technology, a new initiative, it will bring the benefit for all the world. Therefore, we need to share the correct information and share our experience with others. For the student also, some people, some university have like example lab, some experimental issues, low funding. Therefore, when we make some collaboration or student exchange, we will know about a new culture, new education experiment. Therefore, access to knowledge, share experience, culture also exchange, communication skills, confidence, and creating network, professional and social network. By the way, all this will be the benefit. What we call challenging for make some international collaboration? Three different issues: economic, the first one; societies, the third one will be the technology. Sometimes like communication, language barrier, all this affect about the international collaboration. How we can impressing the people to invest and funding our project. We need to have, a good teamwork, good idea, economic solution, economic and long impact solution, sustainable solution. And also, this is what we call challenging of international cooperation, culture misunderstanding, lack of trust, language barrier, physical distance barrier, lack of team identity, and also sometimes political issues. The best example I found, for global collaboration, like EPALS collaboration, education collaboration organization. This bring 3 global learning network, connect all the students and educators in over 200 countries together. When teachers are looking for collaboration project, they are able to obtain instant access to this community forum and can join meaningful discussion with the same people, have the same mindset, and have the same experience with them. Saving life through collaboration, like example, National Institute of Health, non-profit organization bring the biggest 10 biopharmaceutical company in most unexpected way. The goals of this organization bring together the key players to address the challenging of a drug discovery and development. And this is what to provide for us COVID-19, like example, COVID-19 vaccine. Through global collaboration, we can see the best example for a true global collaboration, International Space Station. Perhaps one of the most well-known example of global collaboration is the International Station, which is the result of partnership between 15 nations. This initiative lead the foundation of a space-based commercial, creating a human outpost in space and advanced solar system exploration. Also, we have another good example for international collaboration, consultative group of international agriculture research. Really, it is amazing, doing amazing job. Now we come for the second part. We talk about the digitalized world. We have 10 technology trends during pandemic, due to COVID-19 pandemic. During COVID-19 pandemic, technology are playing really crucial, important role in keeping our society functional in time of lockdown. And we, all of us, facing that in 2020, correct? Many people cannot go outside, and this technology may have a long-lasting impact beyond COVID-19. Maybe we will use it for, after even COVID-19 pandemic. What kind of technology we use, like example, digital payment, telehealth, and robotics, and I will explain, each technology in a separate way. This technology can help to reduce the spread of coronavirus while helping businesses stay open. Technology can help and make society more resilient in the facing of pandemic or other threat. One of the most important, technology, it's online shopping and robust delivery, correct? We see that before. It was, business to business and business to customer online marketing. It was happened before. It was nice to have, but now we need to have this kind of technology, because, like example, to control the spread of coronavirus, now in every country we can see the online shopping and robust deliveries. Digital and contactless payment. This is one of the most trend technology. It's, take large space in 2020 and 2021, especially nowadays, to contain the coronavirus. But we have, a lot of problem with using this technology, because according to the reports, more than, like 3 billion person cannot reach the bank, and they don't have bank statement. Therefore, this is very difficult to use, and we need to find another solution for these people. 3, remote working. This is, I think, I don't need to explain about remote working, because all of us now working from the house. Education, online education, we have business do it from house, but we also now we're facing some two difficult problems. First of all, the security. The second thing, like example, me, I don't have this problem, but I think our moderator mom, she have kids and she need to care about that, and she cannot control all the kids in, during her business. Maybe she provides lecture and they come, maybe they make interview or meeting and they come. What is the biggest struggle with working remotely? According to this, some researcher, collaboration and communication. Loneliness. We feel loneliness because we stay in the same office for like 12 hours. We cannot go out because, the lockdown. The loneliness, not being able to upload. Distraction at house, being different time zone. And this is what I face, because I am the person in charge about all the scientific education activity for Foreign Energy Society. We have team members from different countries, US, Canada, Australia, Region 10, Region 8. It is very difficult to have meetings. Some meeting will be at 3 a.m. Stay motivated, When you have meeting face-to-face, when you provide lecture face-to-face, you have interaction, more interaction. It is, not the same when you provide this kind of information by using the internet. Take vacation time, finding reliable Wi-Fi, and this is the most, struggle problem for undeveloped country, internet and electricity. Distance learning, I think my brother already mentioned about like 1.9% affected with COVID-19 lockdown, and more than 190 countries, forced to convert from physical education to online education. And then they need to provide the necessary technology to continue the education for the student. And one of the most important issues, how we can make our students be motivated with us. Like one of our presenter mentioned one, amazing sentence. If the student find better material from what you provide in your class, why he need to attend? Therefore, we need to be creative, okay? And also self-educated. We need to improve yourself. It is not just for the student, it is also for the staff, for academia. We need to be updated, always need to find the new information and the best style to provide this, information for our students, and make them engage with us. Telehealth marketing, it is started before the COVID-19 pandemic, but during COVID-19 it's become one of the most necessary things to make the people take the treatment, and take the perfect treatment, and in the same time be safe. They stay at house. And we can see here there's some flow chart in my presentation. In just a few 2 months in March and April during COVID-19, 1.5 million person using one of the telehealth application, 15 times increase in just 3 weeks. This is what we show. This is what show the importance of new technology and the digitalized world. Online entertainment also, it is very important, and now we can see all the movies, all the game, social media software and application. Now all of us convert for online entertainment.
Dr. Mani, you may have to wind up because the time is up.
And also supply chain, 3D printer technology, robotics and drone technology, and we can use it for deliver, and also healthcare section, and the most important, the 5G and information and communication technology to provide suitable internet for everyone to be access for digitalized world. And this is our, what we, as engineering, this is what we can look for the digitalized world: sustainable manufacture, clean power generation, sustainable food and water solution, clean transportation, renewable energy, clean tech, smart cities. This is our view for the new digitalized world to protect our planet from the global warming and climate change. If you want to have big impact, we need to use the big image. Therefore, I think most of our speakers focusing about teamwork, how we can work together to make great impact. Thank you very much for your listening. If you have any question, this is my email address and this is my contact number. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hussain. In fact, that was a wonderful presentation. It shows how much of efforts you have put in to compile all the points and present it to all our viewers. Thank you so much once again, and kindly accept this certificate of appreciation, which comes your way in recognition of your guidance to educators in strengthening their essential creative skills. We value your visionary leadership in enriching the educators with the 21st century skills. Coming up is also is the certificate of honor presented to you in recognition of your dedicated efforts for your contribution to education, social welfare, and digital awareness through innovative practices. Thank you so much, Dr. Hussain. It was wonderful having you here. And also, on behalf of SAIARD, GTEF, and GOC Australia, kindly accept this Academic Excellence Award, which you so very well deserve. Thank you so much. So, hearty congratulations and best wishes to you. What a wonderful way to end this 2-day summit. So aptly, all the speakers of the day, the guests, the honorable guests, guest of honor, special guest, and every speaker have pulled in so much of information, such valuable information, tons and tons of information. And with this kind of inputs, I'm sure we are all well equipped. So what, the pandemic has literally derailed the life of education, but we can always get back in full form and shape with these kind of inputs, your valuable ideas and thoughts. I wholeheartedly thank all of you for this wonderful presence and your presentation. With the closing remarks, I think I will request Dr. Priyadarshi Nayak sir to just share a few words.
Oh, fantastic 2 days. Thank you, Meena ma'am, for well organized, well articulated event, and I must congratulate each one of the speaker. They were fantabulous, and the patient hearing of the educators cannot be forgotten. I must thank all the organizers, my co-friends, patrons, all. They have worked hard for this learning summit to happen. When we talk about digital summit, hope everyone can understand how important the school educators or even the educators, those who are working in universities, imparting education online. When something happening digital, in everyone's hand, digital
technology or assets, gadgets are available. So friends, the inputs and the learning outcomes from every educators matters much. And I can believe that each one of us, each one of the educators, the edu leader, the speakers and the guests, they have put forth that yes, during 2019-20, when India and the entire world was fighting with COVID-19 pandemic, digital education was the only source for all of us for imparting knowledge, and the knowledge which were delivered by educators to student learners was fantabulous. Until date we are having what we learn in these two-day summit, the impact of digital education in the world, you all can notice very fast. The future of digital education is immense. Everyone will agree with this. Challenges are there in digital education. I can understand challenges are there, but many challenges every speakers have clarified. There are a lot of advantages in digital education, and many other inputs have been planned, has been placed by our honorable member of parliament, our guest. I can say it was a memorable. Before we wind up, I must say that your patient hearing also has motivated all the delegates to express their views in this. Good evening once again to all. That yes, you have shared your valuable time, and not only time, because your presence, your mind, your noting down the points will certainly help when you transform. We are all transform educators. In technology era, from the chalkboard method, we school leaders have transferred ourselves to this screen way learning. So you are all transformed educators. When you are all transformed educators, I believe this transformation should happen, should remain intact, and you will carry on with all good things in the days to come. My best wishes to all the speakers for your wonderful time, and many of our friends are available here. My educators are there. You are worthy. You are great educators of this great nation. We are connected with many people from abroad also. I must thank all of you for your wonderful participation, and my sincere regards to Dr. Vishwajit, Dr. Joshendra Dwivedi ji, for your outstanding effort. I can say
thank you so much, sir.
Effort which you have made, this brings a grand success of this program. Friends, this is just the beginning. We will be having lot of global talks in the days to come. This foundation will help you to keep you as a lifelong learner. With these words, that you are all lifelong learners, remain as a lifelong learners. My sincere regards and gratitude to all of you. Thank you very much for joining us in these 2 days summit. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Naik sir, for this wonderful closing remarks. And this is the grand closing of the 2-day event. It's not closing, but right now it's just an event and it has just begun. We are a fraternity who have equipped ourselves, we have transformed, and we are all set to go out and reach out to every learner and try to make a difference, whether it's digital education or online learning, whatever. We are all set to do it, sir. Thank you so much for your motivating words. And I would like to thank the entire team, SAIARD and the Global Talk Education Foundation, and also the Global Opportunities Commercialization Australia. And over to Ms. Antara Kundu for the vote of thanks. But before that, my closing remark, before I sign off, I just want to quote my beloved, favorite Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji, who says, I dream of a digital India where knowledge is strength and empowers the people, and access to information knows no barriers. I dream of a digital India where quality education reaches the most inaccessible corners, driven by digital learning. What a great visionary he is. Let us follow his vision and follow his footsteps and try to make the world a transformed one as regards to digital learning. My best wishes to each one of you. Thank you so much. Jai Hind. Over to Ms. Antara Kundu for vote of thanks. Ms. Antara Kundu is our project executive, international relations, and she's affiliated with SAIARD Council of World Intellectuals. Yes,
Before Antara Kundu, may I ask Vishwajit sir to express anything? Vishwajit sir, our SAIARD president, is available here.
We have our patrons, Vishwajit Roy Chaudhary sir, Toshendra Dwivedi sir, and Dr. Chris Sotropoulos. Anybody would like to share anything?
Vishwajit sir, anything from your side?
Thank you. Thank you. Right now, I am completely overwhelmed and completely locked down throughout the all session, and I convey my sincere apologies because there is a 3 meetings in 3 different ministries, and the ministerial persons had came in our office. So I was completely busy, but still I have opened the YouTube part and and look forward the entire discussions. So definitely I know that my extreme team members are there, and I don't have any afraid. It will definitely be a great session. And thanks, first of all, I would like to give my sincere thanks to my team, because without their support, it could not be possible to organize such a big event. I sincere thanks, first of all, my friend, Dr. Toshendra Dwivedi sir, our Honorable General Secretary of SAIARD Council of World Intellectuals.
Thank you.
With us, our mentor, Dr. Priyadarshi Nayak sir, for his heartfelt support, and also his team members, Meena ma'am, Inku ma'am, and all of you and everybody, and also our SAIARD team members, also Antara, Arindam, each and everybody. Along with that, not but least, I would like to give my sincere thanks to all the resource persons, especially our special guest, our guest of honors, and all the resource persons, those who have joined through the different countries. This event, as I told yesterday, that we have conducted last year with 10 countries, and this year we can join the 21 countries participation there, and hopefully in future the number will definitely increase more than half century. So definitely we will reach at that level. And not only that, I would like to share another good news to you. Okay, recently we are going to today's meeting. We are also going to organize another 2 great event where our Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, Government of India, will join with us on 7th. I will like to, and on 14th, our Honorable Minister of Culture will join with us. So they have sent their confirmation, and I would like to welcome to all of you to join in this event. Also, we will share the meeting link, each and everything to you, as that you can join, and hope your participation, your support will always remain with us, as that we can do lots of these kind of activities in future also, and will give definitely your mind-blowing presentation through your support. And with this, once again, I would like to thanks especially our today's coordinator, Meena ma'am, because she is continuously doing a thankless job.
Fabulous job, Meena ma'am.
My team members, those who continuously give support without my absence, and really it's a commendable job to all of you. Now
maybe we can take a group photo.
Yes, definitely, sir. And thanks, boss.
All of you, please come on the video and flash your best smiles.
Yes, I'm really mesmerized, and also Hussein is a. Suddenly we have made in a award ceremony in Pune, and right now this journey has continued since the very long time. And thanks to Hussein sir joining with us.
Welcome.
And
it is my pleasure.
Before that, I would like to conclude. I will request my friend Dr. Toshendra sir, and from the very beginning of our Digital Education Summit, our activities, he has continuous support. Dr. Nayak sir has already told a very wonderful speech. Now I request Dr. Toshendra sir to give some enlighten us, and after that we will hope we will go for the vote of thanks and concluding today's summit.
Thank you.
Yes,
thank you so much. Namaskar, good evening, and heartily welcome to the global education leaders and community. It was fabulous meeting you all. I really thank this digital summit for bringing lots of brothers, sisters, and friends, relatives, colleagues to me. We have Queen Nadia Hariri, madam, seated and smiling in front of us. We have Hussein Mehdi sir seated and smiling, Luis Cardozo sir, and the list is endless. Rania madam, Peppa madam, and list is endless. So I thank my immense gratitude and immense thanks for listening to the wonderful galactic giant, top-notch people of the world about their views. We not only covered digital literacy, we covered diverse topics as child education, mental health, as Nadia madam has enlightened about women empowerment, a lot more issues. So it was, I can say that it was a complete digital summit. So I will thank all the participants for their enthusiasm, for their support, for their unconditional support throughout the event. And my special thanks to our patron and chief patron of the event, Vishwajit Roy Chaudhary sir, who's our Captain Cool. He's always, whenever you are anxious, he relaxes you. So sir, it is a proud privilege to be guided by you. Our mentor and guide, Dr. Priyadarshini Nayak sir, is the jack of all trades. Whenever we are in trouble, he has many plans, and sir, we look forward to your guidance again in future. Nayak sir, it's proud privilege to be part of your team. I also thank today's moderator Meena ma'am and yesterday's moderator Tanu ma'am, Firdaus ma'am, and the entire team, including Mamta and Ankita, Antara, and all the fabulous people of my team. You people are incredible and indispensable. All my gratitude. So in the last, I would again wish to look forward to all my freshly made global community friends, and thanks to Digital Summit and Digital Means, which has brought all the brothers, sisters of the entire globe close to me. It was pleasure and privilege listening to you, getting illuminated by your thoughts. We look forward to, I again thank our patrons and our supporters, Amity University. A lot of my colleagues are smiling here. Smriti ma'am, I can see you smiling. So thank you very much for all the partners. We look forward to more value addition, to bring about more solution to the problem or to the problems of the world, to bring about more smile to each others, and to bring about more joy and connectivity, and to bring about more value addition throughout the world, for peace, for harmony, for brotherhood, and for being a wonderful friend like you all. Thank you once again. Namaste, Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Good evening. All the best. God bless you all.
Thank you so much. I think Dr. Sotropoulos is disconnected.
Okay,
He's
okay.
not available. Okay.
No issue.
So do we quickly ask Antara ma'am to just quickly give a very quick
Yes.
flashing vote of thanks.
Please fill the feedback form in the chat box. It will help us to give you certificates and all the attendees, especially. Speakers may not fill that. Attendees, please fill that feedback form in the chat box. Antara ma'am, over to you.
Yeah, sure, sir. I hope I'm audible. Please pardon me in case of any inconvenience. I have a very poor network today. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Actually, I'm blessed to have been asked to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. My name is Antara Kundu, and on behalf of South Asian Institute for Advanced Research and Development, I'd like to extend a very hearty vote of thanks to each and everyone present here today. A big thank you to Professor Sonia Jastrotia, National Executive Member, SAIARD Council of World Intellects, Culture Division, and Dr. Shimi Mishra, National Executive Member, SAIARD Council of World Intellects, Sustainability Division, for taking out their time and supporting us by all means to make this summit a successful one. I must mention my deepest sense of appreciation to our special guest, Her Highness Queen Dr. Nadia Harihiri, Pro-Chancellor, Rockville College of Science and Technology, Switzerland, for taking out her precious time and joining us. My sincere thanks to our guests of honor, Dr. D.P. Duari, Director, MP Birla Planetarium, Kolkata, and Dr. N. Parashar, Director, Vigyan Prasar, Government of India, for giving their precious time and joining us. I also wish my big gratitude to Professor R.K. Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Savita Institute of Medical and Technology Sciences, Chennai, for accepting our invitation and gracing this platform today. I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge our gratitude to all the speakers of today's webinar. Professor S. Deshpande, Griffith University, Australia, Dr. Matmaina Al-Asaira Mandar University, Indonesia, Professor Adriana Verle, University of Craiova, Romania, Dr. Cardoso, Polytechnic Institute of Porto Alegre, Portugal, Professor H. Sharmin, Dhaka University, Bangladesh, Dr. A. Mishra, Madan Bhandari Memorial Academy, Nepal, Dr. Rania Lampau, Director, Department of Education, Government of Greece, Dr. D. A. Pepa, Vice Chancellor, Europe and ID Young Scientist University, USA, R. Vivekanand Tharasa, the Open University University of Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka, Dr. H.F. Mahadi, University of Diyala, Iraq, and Dr. M. Jaiswal, Director, IIM, Shambalpur, Orissa, Government of India, for giving us their precious time, joining us and demonstrating such informative session. It is our privilege to have you on board, sir and ma'am. I also would like to thank you, Meena ma'am, for being our mentor throughout the whole webinar so gracefully. Finally, I'd like to take this opportunity to place on record my hearty thanks to our technical team for the support they have extended for the past 2 days and their willingness to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zone. And I cannot thank enough Dr. Priyadarshini Nayak, Dr. Toshendra Dwivedi, Dr. C. Stodoropoulos, and Dr. Bishwajit Roy Chaudhary for taking all the troubles and initiatives to make this one a successful one. As we have come to the end of the second Digital Educational Summit, I can only hope that this end marks the beginning of new challenges, new heights that we can scale, and a lot more that's stored for you. I cannot thank enough the participants who have joined us. You have been awesome this year. We are honored and much privileged with your glorious presence. We really hope that you have enjoyed. So one last time, on behalf of the entire organizing committee, I thank you for being a part of this family. Stay safe, everyone, and hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Take care of yourself.
Thank you all. Take care. Stay safe. Jai Hind. Take care.
Jai Hind. Namaskar. All the best.
Namaskar.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Good evening.
Cardesko.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Bye, Nadia
Thank you.
ma'am. Bye,
Bye.
Cardesko. Hussain
Bye,
Mehdi. Bye.
everybody.
Mamta ji.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, everyone. Vishwajit sir. Bye-bye.